Good evening. Tonight we're going to be doing the Hatching Tide event, and then we're going to be doing the new MSQ stuff. We're doing the 5.3 and hopefully 5.4 MSQ. Well, let's just get to it. If you weren't there on the Tuesday stream, then it might be news to you that we're now on a webcam. We're trying this new plan. I've heard that some appreciated that there was a person on the screen, so hopefully it doesn't come at a cost. We had a few very small breaks in the stream on Tuesday, and hopefully that was just weird internet hiccup and not something that has come to stay. But yeah, that is the plan looking forward. And Coco says it's only 15. Well, for you it is. It's just about to start to be evening for me. But good morning or afternoon if you're somewhere else in the world. And Indigo Winter says good morning from the Pacific Coast. Good morning. We have new gear. And Santa says it's 18. We have new gear. You know, in retrospect, I should have made bets on when we would need to clean the inventory rather than make bets on when we would finish the post-game story. That would be a lot harder to determine. And hey, Quasardi and Tracy. Quasardi says it's evening from across the sea. Yeah. Well, as long as you're all having a great time wherever it is that you are. Vito? Let's see, where were we starting? We were starting with the Hatching Tide event, which is here. I clicked through it rather quickly, so I didn't get like all of the story when I did it on my own on my main, but let's take it from the top. It's a very silly story, as these events have a tendency to be. A pink Tonberry. I haven't actually dyed my Tonberry outfit on my main. It turned out that there is this meme going around in relation to pink Tonberries. You may or may not have seen it. So maybe it's not what I'm aiming for.
Greetings, friend, and a happy Hatching Tide to you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jili Aliapo, and I facilitate the annual Hatching Tide festivities.
Oh, interesting. I did the Hatching Tide last year on my main, which also starred Jili Aliapo apparently, because she recognized my character when I went here on my main. She didn't introduce herself.
You're an adventurer, are you not? Might I ask for your name?
Hey Gilano, how are you doing?
Caetsu, 'tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Weird! Like a few days ago there was someone with exactly the same name and like the same color outfit. She was a bit taller, but weirdly similar in look. Strange. In case you are unaware, Hatching Tide festivities were conceived a number of years ago, after I was first visited by the 12 Archons in a stirring and prophetic dream. And I confess, I've been dreaming ever since.
Hopefully you have.
Oh, I'm most eager to share my latest dream with you. It was Highly peculiar, to say the least. You see, I beheld visions of that chilling creature of legend, the Tonberry. If past experience has taught me anything, it is that painstakingly recreating my dreams is sure to bring about good fortune. However, as Tonberries are naught but figments of old fables...
Are they?
I began to doubt whether I could do justice to their ghastly appearance. But that all changed when this gentleman generously offered his assistance.
Greetings, my lady. My name is Hamlin, and I am what you might call a supreme connoisseur and passionate aficionado of all things Tonberry. As you may or may not be aware, Tonberries have heads as round and adorable as any egg, which is why I believe they are the perfect addition to the Hatching Tide festivities. So I donned the superior mantle of the Tonberry and presented myself to Miss Gilly here.
What luck, wouldn't you agree? Hamlin was kind enough to furnish our other volunteers with Tonberry guises, and we're all hard at work preparing for the upcoming fun.
Who's Hamlin again? It feels like it's someone we're supposed to know.
And a lot of eggy stabby fun it shall be. Exactly, that's the spirit of Hatching Tide, perhaps without the stabby part. Considering my dream, I think that these festivities present a unique opportunity to share the Tonberry's charm with the world. There's but one problem. A group of sylphs has been making mischief throughout town, playing pranks, sabotaging the decorations.
Luckily, it seems a mere glance of the Tonberry form is enough to send those leafy brigands fleeing in terror. Is it not remarkable how such an adorable visage can strike such fear into the hearts of some? Does not the contradiction of the Tonberry's nature invigorate your very soul?
Our other volunteers are using their Tonberry guises to shoo away the sylphs as best they can, but we still find ourselves short-handed. Would you be willing to assist us, Caetsu? Just until the mischief is mitigated. My sincerest thanks. Hamlin has prepared a plethora of guises for us, so I'm sure he will have one that fits you.
One in like accurate size, perhaps? Chaiji suggests different dimensions. I suppose so. Besides, it's Tonberry. The name itself strikes fear in old Final Fantasy fans. That's a good one. Tonberry is like a weirdly surprising enemy in Final Fantasy, just in general.
From the moment I saw you, I knew your small frame would lend itself perfectly to my creation. What an exquisite little Tonberry you shall be.
I don't know why he makes those noises in the text. You must continue wearing the Tonberry guise in order to progress. Speak with Hamlin to restore prolong the garment change. Oof. It reminds me of yeah, that's true, Santo. What 14 really needs is a Tonberry ultimate to do them justice. Nothing less would suffice, honestly.
Well, if these ones can't have fun with tusked ones, walking ones won't have any fun either. This one will make sure of it.
But how about some eggy stabby fun?
Ah, monstrous one! This is why these ones need tusked ones.
Actual size Tonberry outfit, exactly. It's the most. All the other races, when they roll up, these sylphs are scared because they see a giant Tonberry. When a Lalafell rolls up, it's just that is an actual Tonberry.
Hide well, warty one. Then spring out and make the walking one screech and jump. Hee, this one can't wait.
Did you just call me a warty one?
Aye! Scary one is here. Flee, flee.
I don't think what you say in these situations actually matter. I'm pretty sure they reacted in the same way. I'm pretty sure that it changed nothing.
But if these ones are naughty, Elder One will become Scolding One. No one will know if it was these ones. Besides, it isn't that naughty.
I think I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, please, this one didn't mean any harm. Ah, sticky one, get it away.
A sticky one. I wonder, would a tonberry be sticky? Would a tonberry be sticky? Or would it be like squishy? Besides, sadly, tonberries do not one-shot in this game. Actually, well, no, they don't actually one-shot, but in the, what's the Dungeon Wanderer's Palace normal? The boss at the end gets like a damage boost to its stab for every tonberry you kill in the arena, I believe. Which means that if you kill a lot of tonberries at once, and more importantly, your tank isn't like overgeared, like if they're not getting scaled down so their HP is appropriate to the dungeon, that stab should be able to one-shot the tank. But it's not anything like a real tonberry.
I trust you returned from a job well done. I'm sure Miss Geely would like to hear the particulars. You may relay your report after I relieve you of that outfit.
That is really, really weird, man.
I'm glad to hear those sylphs fluttered back home. Thank you for all your help, Kaitsu.
Yes, you performed most admirably, not only in deed but in dress. Upon beholding a tonberry performing such selfless acts of valor, the citizens of Gridania is sure to have warmed to our adorable paragons of pointy justice, all according to plan.
Our other volunteers are currently making the rounds and checking the rest of the decorations for any residual surprises, but I dare say we should be able to officially begin the celebration soon. All that's left is to wait for our Archon eggs to arrive from Uldar. I hope you enjoy the festivities. Something tells me this shall be a hatching tide to remember. We have a problem.
Said who? Oh yeah, you.
Nonota, whatever is the matter? It's the eggs, Gilly. The Archon eggs. Sylphs swarmed the shipment as it entered the central shroud and sapped the delivery mammoth into a frenzy. The caravan has been brought to a complete standstill.
Oh no.
If only you had seen it. The chaos, the carnage, the eggs! Our beautiful Archon eggs scattered across the ground, sylphs pilfering them like spriggans, and that smoking mammoth rampaging like an algoat possessed. It was sheer mayhem, Geely. The sylphs presented no demands, offered no reason behind their rampant pillaging, but they did keep squeaking about tusked ones and no fare, and why should walking ones have all the fun? What do you suppose they meant?
Gee, I don't know.
I heard the sylphs once held an annual spring festival, but there was an incident involving one of their fighting boars. I believe that was the end of such festivities. I understand how it must pain them to see us cheerfully prepare for hatching tide, but those ill-gotten eggs won't ease their suffering. We must find a way to recover them.
Clips arm into face.
If I may be so bold, I believe I have the perfect solution to your conundrum. Kaitsu's assistance will be crucial, however. You will lend us your aid, yes?
Yeah, emote.
You wish to lend your strength to my brilliant plan, do you? Well, very well. Our divine mission is as follows. We must adorn ourselves in the guise of the tonberry and scare the sylphs away from the fallen eggs. It may seem like a rather familiar tactic, but terror cuts as sharply as a knife in the right hands, as does the power of the tonberry. We shall remind those sylphs of what adorable horror lurks in the shadow. It is time to take the Tonberry's naturally winsome and captivating visage and transform it into a mask of pure evil. Observe.
Frightening. I didn't know this was a horror game. What?
I suppose that makes sense, but what of the delivery mammoth? In its panicked state, it may easily mistake us for naught but common egg thieves. Perhaps not so common, considering the guises.
That's where Kaetsu's participation is crucial. Even an overexcited automaton is no match for an adventurer versed in the arts of warfare. Of course, I shan't be so cruel as to send you into battle as defenseless as a swaddled ton babe. You may rely upon me to perform the necessary enhancements upon your guise. That shall grant any stabby sweetheart the ability to withstand even the harshest of electrified saps. In theory, anyway. In the midst of adversity lies opportunity, as they say. Or rather, in the midst of scattered Archon eggs stands the noble Tonberry, that all might witness its triumphant glory.
Very well. Let us proceed with Hamlin's plan and see that our eggs are recovered safely.
Sure.
Excellent. I shall commence the enhancement of this guise at once and have it ready for deployment in 2 flicks of a Tonberry's blade. Kaetsu, let us meet where the bells of destiny toll. To arms!
Oh, a fate. I sure hope it's up. Let's see, Coco says, when I was doing Wanderer's Palace with new players, I had to lead them to the gears and almost got clapped by one of those huge Tonberries. Well, the huge Tonberries don't one-shot you, but they hit really hard. Well, looks like we'll have to wait for the fate to refresh. We'll have to do it 2 times to have enough for everything. Although I don't remember if we actually care about getting everything. Can I yoink a few eggs? Whoops. Gilano says, if you have a ninja in your party, or can maybe yoink 1? Nope, I'm stunned. Maybe if I'm really fast. Nope, didn't make it. Oh well. That is pretty smart. That actually sounds really... That is... Wait, when is Wanderer's Palace from? Exactly. When was it added? Was it into... It seems it was in 2.0. That is very interesting. That is actually really interesting because... Now, I wasn't there to know, but I could imagine most players weren't there to know, but Ninja wasn't in the game at launch. Even if it was from A Realm Reborn, it was added, like, at some point in the post... game of A Realm Reborn, it was added. You may recall, if you paid enough attention in the main quest, there was a quest where you were fighting the Sahagin, you know, the fish people, and suddenly Thancred and Yugiri get really fancy with their attacks, get very flashy, like overly anime, you could almost say. I believe that was like either the patch where Ninja got added, or the patch that immediately followed added it. You may notice often in the story that a character with at least one of the new jobs getting added has like a key part in the story in some capacity. Or that has been the case for many expansions. Like, for example, as we went into Stormblood, we had our friendly neighborhood samurai show up to showcase how cool that was when we did a fight in Azizla. And in Shadowbringers, well, Thancred became a gunbreaker, right? And with Endwalker, well, we can't really talk about that yet. That's a bit early. In the main quest stream. But let's just say, for those that don't know yet, that both jobs get representatives in the main quest. Regarding the thing that Kasadi said about the Tonberry, the name itself strikes fear into old Final Fantasy fans. I remember, so when Stranger of Paradise was like super new, I saw a stream of it being played by someone who wasn't that well versed in the Final Fantasy universe. So he just, ran up to the first Tonberry like it was any old enemy and just got clapped, because in Stranger of Paradise, the knife does in fact kill you outright. Like, unless you're invulnerable, it will kill you with that stab. It has a bunch of other attacks to try and prevent you from moving, but ultimately the only real danger it serves is the stab is the scariest part of it. It's the attack that prevents you from just running up to it and rushing it down and preventing it from doing anything, because if you don't stun lock it immediately, it'll just stab you. And this streamer walked up to the Tonberry and immediately died. Like, instantly died. And I think he spent like 20 minutes trying to figure out how to defeat it, because he refused to change tactics. He was going to use that two-hander greatsword. That was the plan. That was what we were going to be doing. If you haven't played Stranger of Paradise, intend to try it. Let me just say that the wind magic on the mage you will have at that point in the game, and the spear on the lancer, which you will also have at that point in the game, is very effective. Very effective. Does anyone know how long the respawn time on this fate is? Well, I don't think we need to do it twice, because I just want to get the outfit. The rest of the items aren't super important for this character. Where did the music go? But yeah, what I was saying about Ninja is that it's very interesting that a dungeon like Wanderer's Palace turns out to be super convenient to bring a ninja to for those gears. Because Ninja wasn't even in the game at that point. That could either be like a coincidence, or maybe it was even like by design. They wanted Ninja to be able to do these kinds of things, these kinds of tricks. And then after A Realm Reborn, they sort of completely discontinued this idea of dungeons with all sorts of small shenanigans in them. Like side paths and different ways to go through the dungeon and things like that. Pretty much like dissipated almost after A Realm Reborn, I think. Does that sound right? I think so. Maybe there are a few exceptions in Heavensward. But I'm pretty sure most of the dungeons in Heavensward are just mostly linear paths. Especially now that the few that might not be have been trimmed in to match with the duty support updates. Well... Da-da-da-da. When I did it on my main, I grabbed like 13 eggs and handed those in, and that was plenty. So that will be the target. Yes. Yeah. This is ridiculous. Oh, Kasadi's here. Yo. I don't think we need any more eggs. I wonder if it would help others that I run around and scare the sylphs so that they can get their eggs. On the other hand, it might also be better that I just hand in before I get stun locked. Oh, whoops. I didn't expect 16 eggs to be over half of all the progress that we needed. That was wild. Do we have any dances? No, we don't. We won't be using the outfit on the stream because I feel like that would take some of the fun or emotional weight behind the main quest. Would take a hit from me rolling up in a Tonberry outfit, even if it is absolutely adorable. 10 eggs! And then we just have to get back to Gridania. Tracy says it's hideous. Is it? I thought it looked kind of cute. Cute in like a silly kind of way.
And here comes our hero now. Hamlin has just been regaling us with the tale of your valor, Caetsu. We can't thank you enough for recovering those Archon eggs. Truly, from the bottom of our hearts and purses, thank you.
Why purses?
My single regret is that no rapturous bystanders were present in those solitary woods to witness such valorous displays. Alas, the Tonberry's majesty will once again pass unacknowledged, yet such is often the way with true goodness. The hero that works in secrecy for the betterment of all, my friends, their name is Tonberry.
Is it now?
Profound, I'm sure. I must say, Hamlin, your unflagging devotion to all things Tonberry is both remarkable and admirable.
Pardon me.
We were in those solitary woods, and we saw what you did for us. What the Tonberries did for us. I was heartbroken when a sylph snatched away the Archon egg that my friend had given me. But thanks to you, it was recovered safely. Your Tonberries have my eternal thanks. I only wish you didn't have to scare the sylphs so badly. The poor things, is there no other way to deter their mischief?
Sylph repellent, perhaps? That could work.
Indeed. Consider this. If we decorate our eggs with a Tonberry theme, the sylphs wouldn't dare snatch or sabotage them.
A dark green coat on a large egg with 2 golden circles for eyes? Not bad at all. Perhaps even cute. Jilly, perhaps this is what your dream foretold. Not just Tonberry guises, but Tonberry eggs and decorations as well.
Impossible.
In which case, we should send word to our Ul'dan goldsmith that we'd like another batch of Archon eggs and some striking shades of Tonberry.
Yeah.
Of course, all our eggs are packaged during transit, meaning the Sylphs will likely continue their mischief outside the city. I'm tempted to send a Tonberry guard with the caravan, but the road from Ul'dah is far too long to attempt in such a guise. We shall continue to consider possible alternatives, but in the meantime, should you happen to come across another waylaid shipment, I hope I can count on your assistance, as a Tonberry, of course. Well, seeing as our Archon eggs have finally arrived, I dare say it is time to officially get cracking. Let the Hatching Tides festivities begin.
You have unlocked an Egg Hunter rigging minigame. To play minigames, open the toy chest found in any inn room. Ah, it didn't say that for my main. I suppose you just have to participate in Hatching Tide to get that. Ilana says it is a little strange to wear Tonberry soup when the scholar quests tell us they are the Nemean people inflicted with a curse. Indeed. Absolutely true. It's a little morbid when you think about it. Let's see, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. The reason why Smol Kai won't need any of these things is because, well, one of the things is something we would run out of anyway. Two of the things only actually matter if you have a house, and on the grounds that I don't feel like... first of all, I don't feel like going into the housing lottery for an alt. I also don't feel very good about like grabbing an extra house that someone else could have had. When I already have a large one on my main. I don't need 2 houses, and so this character will go houseless. The things could work in an apartment, I suppose, but we would probably never visit it anyway, so kind of defeats the purpose. But yeah, that is true, Gilano. That this Tonberry enjoyer, Hamlin, seems to really be appreciating someone else's... oh, just a moment. What do you think? Maybe this. Finally, a big jacket. Now we've kept it and it doesn't fill in our inventory, and now what we really came for. Let's hear more and tell us about the Warrior of Light. Matthew says, not using the armor. Can you access things in the armor thing while you're glamoring? Let me check that. I've never... I remember I tested it and didn't figure it out, and then I just didn't bother. Well, you'll be surprised to know that I've never needed slots in my glamour chest, or a glamour situation there, so it never occurred to me to do so. Don't the items in the armor lose things like dice and stuff? Okay, so you say you can... Oh, I don't know if Gilano answered that question, but if I can access the things that is in it... Huh? Oh right, that's the male version. Then I would have to take them out of the armor. The reason why I put it in the glamour dresser was so that I could make a glamour plate with it and use it if we want to use it. But once you have made a glamour, there could certainly be a reason to just take it out and put it in the armor thing. I don't even know if that's the correct way to say that word. Open armor. Let me try that. Oh. Well, that helps a lot. Can they still be dyed if they are in that? I feel like it says that it removes everything from them if you do that. No, I did see it. I did see it, Gilano. I did note. I noted that I was pointing at the main hand slot. Yeah, if you wanted to say, for example, that you had dyed the item, then I don't think you would be able to put it in the armor and save that. It says that it removes all customization. For example, you wouldn't want... Sorry, if you had put if you had like invested hundreds of thousands of gil in putting jet black dye, you can edit it when it's inside it. Oh. No, so let me let me run back one more time. Yeah, I'll explain what I mean. So, this raincoat is dyed pink in the glamour dresser. So I can make every single like outfit I'd want to with this raincoat will be pink immediately. So I don't have to put cherry pink dye on it and, you know, pay round about 10,000 gil for that, because it's already dyed. If, on the other hand, I want to... Wait, where is it? Wanted to dye this, I would have to put it on the glamour plate and dye it every glamour plate. So that is to say, if you're going to pay... So cherry pink dye isn't so expensive that I would find it an issue, but if you feel like 10,000 gil is a lot to shell out for dye, then you probably would consider this. But if you're using something like pure white or jet black dye, then you absolutely don't want to put it in the armor, because you want to dye it once and then just put it pre-dyed in your glamour dresser, so that you can do it only once. Coco, I recommend that if you're going to buy something really expensive, that you check what the price is on other worlds in your region. Let me check right now. So let me just grab the window here. So this is the cherry pink dye prices in Europe. Right now, Louisoix incidentally has the cheapest price. I can say right now, those are not me. None of them are me. Although I could understand the suspicion, given that I am the proud owner of over 700 cherry pink dye. Most of them produced on my own. You can see here it's like 12,000. If you say it's 30,000 on your world specifically, then there could be a benefit to visiting another world and checking their market board before buying. And this works for anything Universalis app. Now with that little lesson in market board technique and glamour, where I learned something from Gilano and Matthew. We get back to the main quest. Ah, Kaitsu, excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. Did it take you a week? As a great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. Ooh, story time! The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. We've been out keeping watch over the crystarium, but it appears to be business as usual. I thought I'd spend some time brushing up my knowledge of familiars, and Elfino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? Oh yeah, Coco, it's of course, one instance is 12,000, but they're often sold in stacks more than one. Of course, the more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment. I'll be down with the books. Oh, check this. I swear it's not me. It's not me. I'm not the pink goblin. I have sold cherry pink dye. I have done that, but it's not me this time. Were one to pore over the annals of Vrantic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as Warriors of Light. Artbird and his comrades require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Toltheril, legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodford and Salard, the fabled Dran and Galgant duo of Verbid. And no list of Rantic heroes would be complete without the Archmage Tuna of Ronka. In older texts, she too was called the Warrior of Light. Oh yeah, we saw her when we went in and did the weird MSQ last week. With the memory game and that. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past, it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the flood, however, light came to be regarded with fear, the title used not to exalt, but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. Oh, that's Final Fantasy 1's logo, guy. It's a John Final Fantasy. It's the first guy. This, my friends, is Norrøn's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesied hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did he come to be known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Well, well, the plot thickens. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manners in which individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honored thus since antiquity.
Nor does the costume show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidelin's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero, and conversely, there will have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true in the other worlds, if crossing the rift were that easy.
That is an intense stare.
Heidelin did call me a warrior of light. What's in the name? It doesn't change anything. And there I was,
thinking I was special. Ugh. That's the fun one. We have to choose that one.
But you are special. No matter how many warriors of light there are out there, there's no one like you. At any rate, assuming all of this is true, and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Ascians will have been amused. To have the world at large associate light, and by extension Heidelin, with good must have added insult to injury.
Moran just standing there like, I've read like a half of a page from this book that you all wanted me to read for you. Why am I here?
While this discussion is undeniably fascinating, I wonder, should I be privy to it? Mayhap it would be better if I excused myself. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder.
Your lesson? If that's a lesson, I don't understand how we spend that many hours of our day in school when we're young.
Oh, did someone say Warriors of Light?
Ah! She's also wearing a raincoat.
Rikitio, are you alright? My precious tomes. Did I not say you must take care in the cabinet? You too, Akil. I will. We're sorry, Master Morin. Aren't you? The Warrior of Darkness?
She can't possibly have rounder eyes.
My name's Rikitio, and I want to help everyone. Please, tell me what I have to do to be a hero, to be a warrior of light.
And she looks at me. And Pokeshek says, first time seeing behind the scenes of Kai's voice acting. I've heard that, so when you imagine someone voice acting, you would imagine that they do like weird faces for it and really oversell it, but at the same time I've heard that often observing someone voice acting is a little bit underwhelming because it turns out that not necessarily. That's optional. That part is optional. Insert name of Paladin from Final Fantasy 1. Does he have a name? Isn't the name of your characters in Final Fantasy 1 decided by you, and whether you have a paladin or something like that, isn't that also up to you? So he could be John Final Fantasy. No, I was thinking the candy was special. Sorry, got a little close there. I can't back up.
So, I want to be a warrior of light, but not one that fights with the sword and all that.
That is not necessary. I use a stick. Actually, I use a toothpick.
No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people, an apothecary. And I'm going to help everyone in the Crystarium, no, in all of Norrand. When I told Akil and Iwil this, they said that the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. But this place is so big, and we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere.
You have a whole life ahead of you. If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treatises on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove a little difficult for one so young, but... Yes, indubitably. Indeed. Fascinating. Observing children in the wild? Incredible. Esteemed warrior of darkness, perhaps you might accompany young Rikitio to Spagyrix, rather than through tomes. I believe she stands to learn more by observing the Chirurgeons at their work.
Sounds like a plan. It seems we're finished here, so we'll come with you.
Last one to Spagyrix is a rotten egg! Punches her in the stomach. I should have taken a step back.
Ha! I'll have you know I'm really fast. You're going to be the rotten egg.
We just used the teleports. It's like challenging someone to a race, and the moment they're out of view, you step into your car and drive to the location. Yet somehow the teleportation network is so slow that we got there last. Well now, to what do I owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? Her. Is that the way of it, sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine?
That's right. I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world.
Well, that is a very noble endeavor, and you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warriors of light. But ultimately, they've all decided not to pursue that dream.
Huh? Why?
Because the people here need them too, sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, the artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life, and younglings like you, who are the future of the Crystarium. They couldn't simply abandon them, you see, and so, difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain.
Then, does this mean my dream isn't any good?
Oh, sweetie, yours is a wonderful dream, and it would be my pleasure to help you to pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our Chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope that we can rely upon you as well. Though, I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard.
I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever. Just you watch.
Heh, that's the spirit. Without further ado then, may I entrust you with a task? I've placed an order at FFXIV for a potion ingredient, and I would like you to go and collect it.
Ooh, an ingredient! Leave it to me, miss.
Oh boy! A fetch quest! My, such an abundance of energy, though I can't help wonder if she'll be alright by herself. That's okay. I suppose we'll go with her. We'll make sure that she's safe in the city, protected by guards, where we're all friends. We, the Warriors of Darkness, will protect Rikitio. Don't you worry about it, Chesamil.
My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive at Sweet Sieve, speak with a woman named Gersine, and she will point you in the right direction. I shall join you. As the one who suggested this course to Rikitio, I would assist in her first steps.
If there has ever been a side questy main quest, this would be it.
And what about the two of you? Are you coming along too? Well, we do want to become Warriors of Light, just not the same kind as Riki. I want to be a dragon! So we'll wait for you here, Warrior of Darkness. When you return, please teach us how to fight. In that case, Reen and I shall keep them company and take the opportunity to ask about their aspirations.
Pokeshak says, oh, the high job of warrior in Final Fantasy 1 is not paladin, it's knight, but it still uses sword and shield and no low white magic. I'm pretty sure. Just a moment. Let me just check something. Right, so the reason why the paladin in Final Fantasy 1, or the warrior in Final Fantasy 1 upgraded to knight and not paladin, is because the paladin is knight in Japanese. In Final Fantasy 14, if your game is set to Japanese, gladiator upgrades to knighto, which means knight, of course. So actually, in Final Fantasy XIV, the Japanese audience does not actually have a paladin. They have knight. So I'm pretty sure that's the reason why why Final Fantasy 1 had a knight job. Gilano says, fun fact, chemist or apothecary. I can also add, for those interested, that it's spelled like this. Naito. Gilano says, fun fact, chemist or apothecary was envisioned as a job for Heavensward, but was scrapped for astrologian. I seem to recall that a chemist-like job has been brought up as an idea multiple times, but the most recent argument for not having it is that they felt like it was a little strange put next to the alchemist crafter, which I understand. But it would be interesting. Astrologian also combines multiple jobs in a way, including Time Wizard. And Time Mage is something that we've also, like, people have hoped to see one day. Tracy says it may come in 7.0. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. We don't know anything about the jobs coming in 7.0. Technically, we don't even know if jobs are coming in 7.0, but so far Final Fantasy XIV has never had an expansion without new jobs, so that is basically a given. And Pokechek says, I still want Beastmaster. I don't think they've said anything about Beastmaster since they randomly mentioned that they had an idea for Beastmaster as a limited job. I've heard people suggest that they might have concluded that it was too much effort for something that ultimately a very small amount of players will actually spend a lot of time on, which I can see. When they add content that a limited amount of players actually want to play, what happens is that the rest of the game community, the whole entire rest of the player base, will say that there wasn't any content. For example, I believe the variant and criterion dungeons came in a minor patch. Not that much else was added, honestly, so there wasn't really anything in the patch if you didn't want to do that. Recently we had the Eureka Authors patch, and if there's one thing that has been very, very up in discussion in the social media of Final Fantasy XIV community, is that the patch didn't really have any content, because the vast majority of the player base didn't actually care. So with the fact that Blue Mage is like a minority group of the player base, Beastmaster would probably not fare any better. The only way for them for a limited job to fare well is if it somehow is useful in some specific way. And even so, people will mainly use it for that purpose rather than, you know, oh, this is fun. Like, if Beastmaster has the capacity to power grind money or something like that, then people would level it to grind money, for example. And yeah, you could say like knight, but I believe but Japanese users of course a different word to say night as in time of day, but the night as in, you know, a knight, a K-knight, you know, those with a sword and shield and plate armor, like a paladin. If it isn't the Warrior of Light herself, may I assume you are with Master Alphino? Yes. Right, lest you wonder, Chesameel's order is for grapes. As busy as we have been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest them. So it was with apologies that I asked Master Alphino and his young companion to help themselves the fruits on the vines. Perhaps you could lend them a hand? It's the undersized grapes you want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine. This is the most side questy main quest ever. Especially what with how you don't really go and fetch leaves for a cup of tea for Totaro anymore. Hello.
Oh, you're here too? We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun.
Though too small for normal consumption. That's exactly what she said.
Wow, you've picked this many already? Amazing!
I know. I stack skill speed. No, I don't.
I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Chesameel? I can't wait to see what she's going to do with them. Tell me, Riki, what made you want to become an apothecary and warrior of light? Why, well,
that is an adorable emote.
A while ago, I felt sick. Really sick. My body was burning up, and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then, a traveling apothecary came and gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I'd ever tasted, but it made me get better. She was so brave, the apothecary I mean. She went around taking care of people, even when it was dangerous, and I decided I wanted to help people, just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends, but I didn't really know what I was doing, or if there was anything else I could do. Then, not long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go traveling the world helping people. And I thought, that's the same as I want to do.
I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end?
Vila? I haven't seen him for a bit, so he must already be out there looking for people to help.
Vila, one of the guards awakened by the star shower. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Rikitio. I myself took inspiration from one not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope her good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence, through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Chesameel. We have to follow her back, right? It would seem I've been laboring under misapprehension. What? I'd convinced myself that it was Elidibus who had sowed the desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of the people. But I see now that the impulse to aid their fellow man abided within them from the first. Elidibus did no more than give it a name. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return to our own world ere long. With the exarch laboring tirelessly, I doubt not but that a way will be found. Yet I believe I speak for us all when I say I cannot leave in good conscience, not until we have dealt with Elidibus. This is no longer a strange and distant land, after all. Norvrend has become as a home to us, and her people our own. Angry small guy. Let us return to Spaggerix. It wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting. As Hardy says, did I hear skill speed? It is really strange. Like, I feel like when I make a job guide, when I release a job guide, I do try my best to do a lot of research on the job. It's not just me sitting down with like a piece of paper and a pen and just going, what should I suggest as an opener? I usually like compare, like I have an idea of what it's going to be, but most of the time I will, you know, for the recommended opener, it is not something I came up with myself. It is something that much more experienced players of the job came up with before me, and I simply teach it. Much of the advice I give for the general rotation and use of actions tends to be based on my own knowledge, or what I can observe as a player of Final Fantasy XIV. But, for example, with Dragoon, the fact that some fights have like a super specific skill speed amount that is a little better for Dragoon completely passed me by. Like, obviously it's not surprising that that would be the case, but you have a job that doesn't really get anything out of stacking skill speed over compared to like stacking crit. And then it turns out, no, actually, if you have specifically this much skill speed and player rotation just right, then it is actually better because you get an extra Wormwind Thrust or something like that. Wormwind Thrust, of course, being this. Very interesting. But I don't like skill speed on Dragoon either. Or Reaper, for that matter. Matthew says, of all the patches to have side quest feeding stuff, yeah, they really, as Tracy says, it's a really slow start. And Gilano says, in Shadowbringers, I thought Ranjit and a certain Leonine character and Bolsha were direct teasings for Beastmaster and 6.0. I thought that the fact that there are many Beastmasters in Bolsha was supposed to be a teaser for their coming Beastmaster. And when/if they will ever add Beastmaster, I am relatively confident that they're going to be using as a one-handed axe as a weapon, and possibly be allowed to use shields just like Paladin. That would be my guess. But we don't know if it's ever going to happen. Why, thanks for your kind help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes we shall make a vinegar, to which we will add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. Oh. As part of her studies, I may just have to give Rikitillo a little taste. Oh boy. And a Pokeball in the other hand. Warrior of Darkness, if you finished helping Ricky, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God fighting?
We already have some enemies that you can deal with. Vampire bats. The guards say they've become a pest around the crystarium of late. We tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting and we were just watching. The children told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Chesmil kindly furnished us with some lures for the bats. While the creatures won't give you any sport, bear in mind that the younglings will be watching. That's to say, put on a good show, yes? Right, let's head outside at once. Everyone, follow me. Alice, wait just come on then, children.
Caetsu says, also one of the Beastmasters in Boscia are a style thief. Wait, what do you mean with that? It's been a long time since I did the Boscia story, and I'll admit that I did not pay very much attention to said story, so it might very easily have flown over my head.
Everyone's here. Good. Let's get started, shall we? As their name suggests, vampire bats feed on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night and become a nuisance. To draw them out, we'll use Chesimil's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you're likely to attract more if you place the lures near buildings. I have here 6 lures, 3 each for you and me. As proof of a successful kill, I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. Oh, you're hunting too? Yes, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in Caetsu.
Speak for yourself.
Anyway, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with Reen. She's really strong too, and will keep you safe.
How will they watch us kill the bats if we just, like, fly off into the distance?
Without further ado, then, let the contest begin.
This makes no sense. These kids wanted to see us fight something. And Alice told them, you stay here. How are they going to watch me fight? Okazadi meant, oh, the Ambalafel Beastmaster and Sadna that uses the newish Guardian maiming top, and you use that one, that's true. I see what you mean. I finally found a way to remind myself to use my Giselle greens. Because I use a macro for my dragon sight, it will simply not function if I don't have a focus target. So if I don't have my chocobo, then I can't use that dragon sight. Then I have to use an alternative keybind for that. So it reminds me to actually bring out the Ayam Kisil. Filled with an alchemical mixture that gives off a balmy heat, this pouch provides a portable source of warmth and is, incidentally, ideal for luring vampire bats. This sounds like a case of, we made this item to do one thing, but it turned out it was very helpful for a different thing entirely. So I guess we're using it for that. I believe it happens a lot in chemistry. Like you set out to produce a specific effect. You might make a product that makes that specific effect happen, but incidentally, it also does a bunch of other things. I feel like it's a bit unfair of Alice deciding that whoever gets the most is the winner, considering that when I just fought 2 vampire bats that were significantly weaker than this singular one. So surely the size of the fang should also matter. I totally forgot to even try the new emote we got. Have you seen it? It looks very different on Lalafels. Rawr! When you don't give Smol Kai candy.
Well fought, Caetsu. The children were hanging on your every move.
How?
As was I, to be honest, though I know the tally may see your fangs for good measure. Apologies for the wait. My fangs, not a bad haul even if I do say so myself. 5, 6, 7.
5.
7 fangs from Alice. Which means that victory goes to Alice. Caetsu collected 4.
Hmm?
Ha! I did it! I bested Caetsu. Hello. In another goddamn life? You didn't even try, did you?
Not really.
And there I was taking it seriously. Spare me a pity next time, will you?
Yes.
So, children, you've now seen the Warrior of Light in action, Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? She's incredible, miss. The bats were down before they knew it. Our guards are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like her. Good. If you're looking for an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Caetsu, and train hard. Keep at it for long enough and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide that you want to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were there listening with everyone when Artbird appeared, but I'd wanted to be strong since before you came to the Crystarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father and my sister, see? And I promised myself I'd learn how to protect people one day. Like Artbird said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as new Warriors of Light. What about you, Arkil? Me? To be honest, I'm still not sure what I want to do. Guess I'll settle for becoming a Warrior of Light. But if my friends were in trouble, I know that I would want to help them. And I want to go on adventures with them, see the world together. That's a wonderful goal. You really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star shower the other day. I felt as though there was something I'd lost, and that I had to go out there and find it. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourself. By yourselves. Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. We'll never forget it.
I mean, you can't deny that, like, if you had to choose a job choosing something exciting like being a hero is better than choosing to like, I don't know, be in a fruit stand.
I understand how Arkil feels. The star shout didn't awaken me to Heidelin's voice, but that vision of the final days, of Amarot burning, it filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. Things I once knew, people I once loved, promises I once made. It felt as though long-forgotten memories were tensing at the edges of my mind, but when I tried to focus on them, they simply fade away. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt, but lest you worry, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured, and have no intention of donning an Asian mask. I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting. But look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around, lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. Rest assured, Reed and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to it that their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. Huh? Huh? Oh, that again. It's nothing. Just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. I'm fine now. Not to worry. I'll see you soon.
That's bright.
As you ponder Alizé's words, you're taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting.
Wait, what? Oh. For a second I thought there were two entrances to the Crystarium and I'd never seen one of them. Running up the stairs. I walk like 8 stairs per step. Imagine if you could run that fast upstairs.
Was it you who called me here?
On behalf of the Convocation, I bid you welcome to our order. At times, you will stand with us. At times, you will stand against us. All that you might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided.
Oh, that easy, huh?
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope.
Give back Artbird's body.
What fool would relinquish his weapon on the eve of battle? That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You. You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash. I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose. The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, Warrior of Darkness, and I will save the world. One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with MSQ. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another.
Ithlodeus called me his new old friend.
No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude. But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed. This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions.
You're turning into more stone?
It is the tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest. No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor. One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope. Or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our god's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. Such faith, such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
Uh-oh. You mean to suggest this sudden dizzy spell wasn't just because he was exhausted? This is Thancred. It's Thancred. The fate seemed destined to not allow us a quiet moment, but come, let us have the details from Reen. Oh look, money. Hey Reen. This is Thancred. Gear! Finally! We can have an... well... almost. Almost. We don't have a ring for that, do we? Nope. It's the best we got. That's Thancred! This is Thancred! And it's Thancred!
It happened after Alice and I saw the children back to Spaggy We chanced to meet Thancred there, returning from his mission. He'd been shadowing Elidibus around the realm, only to lose sight of him near the Crystarium. And he was in the middle of telling us where he'd been when he just crumbled to the ground. The Churchians are looking after him now, with Alphinaud standing by, just in case his healing magics are needed. Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you, and the guard at the etc. told me where to look.
I see. It cannot have been easy leaving Thancred's side. My thanks for bearing word to us. Come, let us hurry to Spagyrix. And then they walked. Let us hurry to Spagyrix. Casually strolls. Look, Grahatia, let me show you how you hurry to Spagyrix. Yeah! Ow! Broke both my ankles, but it's fine. We have to hurry to Thancred. Come on. We could have done better than that. We could have backflipped off the platform and gotten the faster. Let me see if I can show you what I mean by that up here. Probably not because of the railing, but if I can get up on the railing, I can still show you. Da-da-da-da-da. Like that. Dragoon teleportation magic. Wouldn't have broken your ankles if you backflipped. Yeah, exactly. That's how that works, right? That's how physics work. If you backflip, it's fine. They dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but otherwise well enough. I won't be staying overnight. This episode was not the result of any injury I could find. Thancred's ether, however, did show signs of instability, and I did what I could to calm the fluctuations. And all of this happened without warning. Not exactly. You will doubtless recall the time Uriante nearly drowned and I gallantly went to his rescue.
When his water-walking charm failed, he was tired, as were you when you got back.
We were both spent, yes, on account of which you begged us to rest, which, in retrospect, may have been a good idea. The fact is, I've been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since, but there was no actual fainting until now. As Alphino observed, I have no lingering injuries, and it most assuredly isn't old age, which leaves but one likely cause. The link between body and soul has weakened further. Time grows short. We must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, Caetsu, might I trouble you to make a trip to the source? In addition to looking in on our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Kryl about our plan. If she has any concerns, we should at least endeavor to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus's plot. Thus far, I have learned this much, that in each of the places he has visited, there's been sightings of suspicious, black-clad strangers. Moreover, the coming of these shady individuals has invariably coincided with some manner of misfortune. Beasts terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging crops, you know, the sort of thing. All of which serves rather conveniently to make Elidibus's call for new heroes reverberate that much more loudly in the hearts of his audience. And you think these black-clad strangers are Asians? I do, and I fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on mine. Gods know I've been itching to get out there for a while. Mayhap Urianger too can be prevailed upon to join in your efforts. He has already provided copious guidance on the matter of the spirit vessel's construction. It is for Beck-Luk and I to wrestle with the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, we may as well make use of him. I'll go and give him the good news.
You'll do no such thing. However heedless you are of your own well-being, if you care at all for Reen's feelings, you'll stay in bed until you're needed. Alphino and I will find Urianger.
But this is Thancred.
All being well, we will have news to share by the time you return. Safe travels, Caetsu.
Indeed, what with all the timey-wimey shenanigans. A lot of stuff can happen while I'm away for like 5 minutes.
A place we can fly in. Caetsu, what excellent, I mean awful timing.
Yeah.
You see, our friends, they've taken a turn for the worse.
You don't say.
Ryl's hardly had a moment's rest these past few days. She didn't want everyone to worry, so we've been keeping it quiet. Oh, but listen to me. I call myself a receptionist, and I haven't even bothered to ask you why you're here.
Actually, I wanted to talk with Kryl, who has no time.
So, they think the spirit vessel will be ready soon, and they want to make sure there are no problems at this end? You'd better talk to Kryl. She's with the others in Dawn's Respite. Let's go and see her. Just prepare yourself, alright?
Isn't Dawn's Respite that door? Does that door need a name? Is that necessary? Ah yes, this is the Rising Stones, but that's the Dawn's Respite. Or some might even say Dawn's Respite.
Excuse us. This way.
I would rather you hadn't seen this.
I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings.
Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary. I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped to afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came. Stiff and cold, all of them. As if they were made of wax. Barely alive at all. And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health. Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation. She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken. But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether.
Huh, what a strange timing on that. He fainted, and then Kryl rushes over, heals him, and then over in the first, suddenly he's feeling better.
And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment. So come, let me hear your tale outside.
This is the Lalafell squad of the Scions. Small little footsteps. What news from the first? I see. Work on the spirit vessels proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and soul has weakened. It's as simple as that. For now, I'm still able to quell the fluctuations in their ether, but it's only a matter of time. We'll lose them if we don't act soon, so if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for the spirit vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon elegant wisdom, we could do worse than consult an expert in the field. And I think I know just the man.
time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person, even if it does mean leaving my patients.
Do you want like 3,500 gil, or do you want a full armor set of gear? That's pretty cute. That could work. I like the circlet especially. It looks pretty good. We are going to glamour over it, unfortunately, for the armor, but it looks pretty good. We could do with it. We could do much worse than that. I feel like that's kind of worth, oh boy, worth keeping for, oh boy, glamour reasons.
Caetsu, could you spare a moment while Kryl goes and finds this expert of hers? I mean... There's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the first, you see, and since we might be waiting a while, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. My first attempt turned out well, so now I'm going to make it properly. I'll be in the kitchen at the House of Splinters. Meet me there.
Tracy says better than the raincoat. What? Do you not like the raincoat? I like the raincoat.
Well, I had better be off too. I shall see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how our patients fare in my absence.
I suppose, like, for a combat outfit, it would work better. Most of my, like, my mains outfits are explicitly not, like, casual wear, most of them. Because I do get it, like, if you're going out into battle, if there's something that really makes it a little awkward is when, like, half of your raid team is, like, stepping up in a bathing suit. Or something like that. Like, I get that. But like we've been using this this particular outfit for Smol Caetsu's adventuring getup since like episode 2 or 3, I think. So I feel like it's almost like become iconic with at least this adventure. Then we can always mess around with outfits when we reach the end.
There you are, Caetsu. As I'm sure you've guessed, the gift is a bit of home cooking. Unlike Kryl, I can't do much to help our friends directly, but that doesn't mean I've been idle. No, I've been doing my best for the Order, taking on this job and that to keep our coffers full. I've even helped out with the Ishgardian restoration. And in the course of all this, my culinary skills have come on quite a bit, so I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's baking in the oven even as we speak. Shouldn't be long now. There, baked to perfection, even if I do say so myself.
That's the second time someone said, even if I do say so myself, in this patch. It's bread. Your cake looks like bread. That is the perfect Smol Caetsu response. I thought I was getting sweets. This cake looks like bread.
It is bread, silly, and not just any old bread. This here is old world bread. Archon loaf, to be precise. It's what they eat over in Charlian.
That is not good.
Simple fare, I admit, but I thought it would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Kryl tells me it's a good source of ether. so it should lend them a bit of strength at least. There truly is nothing like the smell of bread fresh from the oven. Kryle, and if it isn't Rambros too. I trust you require no introductions either, Caetsu.
Greetings, my friend. Full glad am I to see you well. I confess I have a long list of questions to ask you, but I will endeavor to contain my curiosity for the present. I understand our mutual friend is struggling with the application of certain elegant technologies.
I've been keeping Rambros apprised of events in the First. Suffice it to say, he knows about the Exarch. If anyone alive can provide insight into this matter, it is him and his fellow sons.
Loath as I am to disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement. Memory transference was the sole province of Allegan royalty. Its mechanisms closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remains, we have yet to find it. To which, I regret that I can offer no solution to your problem. Which begs the question of why I bothered to come here, empty-handed as I am. The answer being, rather brazenly, to ask a favor. I would have you relay a message to our comrade. Tell him that we never doubted him. Never doubted that he would achieve all that he said he would. Those of us who remained behind have yet to play our part. But when the time comes, he may rest easy in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do so. And then the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope, in this world and beyond. So tell him that we consider his duty done, and that he should follow his heart now.
Forgive me, but do you say this to discourage him from overexerting himself, or to encourage him to hold nothing back?
That is for our friend to decide, but either way, I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed.
Well, there you have it, Caetsu. If you would be so good as to see Rambros' message and Tataru's bread to their intended recipients, along with my report, of course. Kryle, before I wrap the bread up, would you mind giving it a try? Just to make sure everything's as it should be? But of course, I'm always happy to lend my taste buds.
Who wouldn't be? Right up until...
Excuse me, Rambros. As a fellow Sharlayan, may I trouble you for your opinion?
Well, I usually have mine with a good dollop of Rollenberry jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. I see.
Oh no, is it that bad? It is indeed, Tataru, dense and unpleasant, exactly as it should be.
Ha 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 ha, just so, the very taste of home. As you might expect, our countrymen have amassed a wealth of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world. But our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking. In Sharlayan, the majority regard food as a source of nourishment rather than enjoyment. Save for those few who actually research the culinary arts, we pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was against such a gastronomic landscape that what is now called the Archon loaf was born, the creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. In order to maximize its nutritional value, he incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with nary a care for those qualities which make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. Yet, for its many shortcomings, the loaf's nutritional value cannot be denied, and being a damnably convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, it quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. Why, when I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread and whatever ingredients happened to be on hand.
I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home for so long, I thought I might have forgotten the taste, but no, it is all too familiar. How it takes me back.
If there is enough, perhaps you can spare some for the Exarch. He is certain to appreciate it.
Oh, there's plenty to go around. I'll be sure to wrap up an extra slice.
You're going to wrap up a slice of bread?
Kaetsu, when you deliver the loaf, please be sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them we're doing everything we can and that we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back.
Tracy says, I never liked the raincoat. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Not much we can do about that. I know a lot of players actually like to use the raincoat, but if I remember correctly, Tracy, didn't you also say that you don't particularly like Lalafels? Like, just their general appearance? So, I suppose that from the first, you weren't particularly interested in the general design and look of our protagonist. Welcome back, my friend. How was your journey? It was Archon loaf. Created by an Archon who devoted themselves to the study of sustenance, this bread, infused with pulverized fish and vegetables, is extremely nutritious, assuming one can get past the taste. By the 12, Archon loaf. However did you come by this? I'd swear it had come straight from Charlian. Rambro said that, did he? His words are very nearly as heavy as the bread, but I appreciate the sentiment. Should you have the chance, you may tell him that he needn't worry. That which I seek to do, I do of my own volition, and with all my heart. In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends, and to deserve it. But I shall forge ahead on In pursuing this path, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends, and to deserve it, but I shall forge on regardless. Forge on as you yourself did when faced with a similar predicament, so I ask that you have faith in me, in what we do. But we will talk about your journey. Before the others arrive, I would hear how their bodies fare. Oh, and the bread I shall save for later. Though it has been many years, I have not forgotten the feats of mastication required to consume it, nor how unconducive they are to conversation.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Ascians throughout the realm.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black-masked minions who answer to the red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events, to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their course.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Ascians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
Not good, Alphino. Well enough, though time is not on our side.
Indeed. Heartening though it is to know we can stay a while longer, returning home must remain our priority.
This seems an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Have you made any progress?
We have, as it happens. One moment.
One moment.
The red stones. Then this doth mean...
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white auracite as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition. Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Allegan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects notably do not possess. We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it works, we shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Though not soon enough to warrant your waiting. The test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
I would.
I see.
He does not care. What if I die? And so what? Hast thou a moment, Caetsu? I would speak with thee on the matter of the exact mooted return unto the source. Thou wilt have observed that our friend spake not in certainties, yet if Begluk hath the right of it, 'tis possible to predict the outcome of his plan with some confidence. And it is their assessment that, given the opportunity, the exact soul should successfully merge with that of his younger self. Which is not to say the process is without complications. For one, the exarch hath been subjected to an additional rejoining. An experience which will have wrought change in his ethereal composition, as though As though thyself didst demonstrate in merging with Artbird, however, there existeth an affinity twixt like souls, and this doth give us cause to hope. Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which success doth hinge. The Exarch must needs recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the former may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its former flesh. 'Tis a seemingly simple yet complex problem. For nigh on a century, our friend hath striven only to deliver this realm, to deliver thee, and to that singular end did he cast aside his very name, that he must assume the mantle of the Crystal Exarch. Henceforth, none can say what choices our friend will make, but I thought it only right that thou be made aware of these truths. Oh, caster, excellent. We'll just hold on to that. So much equipment. Right then. While the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his allotted task, it seems only fair that we attend to our own. Dealing with Elidibus and his minions. Just so, and there's one other matter. In light of our deteriorating health, Y'shtola should not be left alone at Anida. Might I trouble you to visit her, Caetsu? See that all is well? I would go myself, but I think she might be safer in the hands of one less prone to collapsing. My thanks. You may leave the Ascians to us. Once they are out of the way, we will retire to Yulmore, and when Y'shtola has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you're bound for Anida, I suggest you go via Venmont Yards. Our friends there will be glad to provide a boat for you. Let us be on our way then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I have a delivery from the source, Kupo, courtesy of one Tataru Taru. I actually thought this was only available if you did any of the delivery Moogle quests. Perfect, complete with Kupo noises. You're a long way from home, Moogle, and this is from Tataru, is it? Whatever could it be? Archon loaf, thou sayest. Why, even to hear the name doth transport me to times long past. Bread from another world? May I try some? Yes, of course. Mayest thou, child? Thou must. That said, though I personally disagree with the consensus, I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectation. Wiser words have never been uttered. Though it rarely darkened our dining table at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the studium. Indeed, a slice was never far from our peers' hands. Alphino, you really are an unbearable snob sometimes, do you know that? True. Absolutely. Wow, Alphino. He basically went, well, we were too rich to eat something like Archon loaf. What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is that we appreciate the gesture. Tell Tataru we'll do our best to return before she's forced to seek further supplementary employment. Right, let's really be off now. We can find a drink to wash down the bread on the way. Wow, you're really selling this to Reen really well, huh? Oops. And he runs off. He's off to the races. To right we go. What on earth was that just ran by? That looked like the most muscular suit black colored Tonberry I've ever seen. And it forgot its robe. Apparently we forgot an ether current. Oh well. Somewhere over here. Or somewhere over here.
Oh, if it ain't the Warrior of Darkness herself, what brings you to these parts?
I need a boat.
Heading out to sea, eh? But of course we'd be happy to help. Just say the word and I'll ready a boat.
The word. Let's ignore the fact that we had to go under the sea. And we did it with the boat.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone. None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
It's way more effective to read directly from you, Elizabeth. Reviewing the records yet again? Really? You worry too much, Elizabeth. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. To think some thought you ill-suited for the role, how wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day.
It fades. Fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No. I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope. It swells within me, empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet, why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so? I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask. Show me your strength. I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Convenient. Oh. Well, we're mostly prepared for that. We have one bad ring. You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amarot. Proceed to the capital. I shall return your comrade to you there. Enough of this. You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy, and you mine. Our goals are in conflict, and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light? That I would come to look upon you as a friend? You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built. Oops. You do not deny it then? Very well. Let us change the cast of this trial. You will know what you have stolen from us. He put on the mask without doing the hand thing. He forgot to do this. He didn't do that. Then you know he's serious. But do not imagine I crave remorse. Only justice. Forward, hero. We shall see how strong you have become. All free. Let us begin. Rest assured there are no tricks. You need but defeat the enemies before you. First, something easy. Those whom a budding hero might encounter at the beginning of her tale. I believe I have the perfect subjects. Bruh. What? Let not their appearance stay your hand. You need the facade, they're merely monsters. That's really, really mean. All too easy, I see, but at least you now understand the rules. Thus will we make our way to the capital. That was in poor taste, even for you. That appearances should unsettle you so. I was under the impression you simply destroyed all who barred your way. Sparing nary a thought to the possibility that your foe could be someone's beloved. But come. You shouldn't dwell on the beginning when so much of your story awaits. Every tale requires villains. Defeat them and claim your place as a hero. Well done, champion of Eorzea. Well done. Onward, then. Over the bloodied bodies of the fallen. The way that he puts it really doesn't help for the mood here, Elidibus. You tasted many sweet triumphs, yes, but so too did you taste bitter tragedy. Who could forget the Crystal Braves, that idealistic, pathetic dream born from a malformed creature? Faces you know and loathe all. Let your hatred burn, and strike them down with all your might. You'll be surprised to find you'll be surprised to find it's hard to read and fight at the same time. With such ease yet again, you did always grow stronger with every battle. It seems it will take more than those monsters to leave an impression upon you, or mayhap you simply fail to understand my meaning. Not that it matters, no. I've dealt with countless heroes, and always it ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences, will result in happiness for all. Whatever your reasons may be, I cannot be bound by them. I can but put faith in my own beliefs, and fight for them with all my being. You're wrong. We can always strive for understanding, for compromise. Sure, let's say that one then. How very naive. If you're willing to compromise on your beliefs, you all but admit that they're flawed. And I assure you I have no intention of compromising on mine. Come what may, I will fulfill my mission as Elidibus. But enough talk. It is not your assertions that I wish to know, but your strengths. Falsely accused of regicide, you fled for the snow-swept fields of Curthus. Had you and the Scions met your demise that day in the Sultanate, Habrea might have been spared his. But not only did you stubbornly live, you hurled yourself into the thick of the Dragon Song War. Swept along by the tide of events, you pursued and slew those who sought to stop the unending conflict, just as you were bid. Or was it a thirst for vengeance that drove you? I trust you're beginning to limber up, so keep up the fine form. Around heroes, people are wont to flock, people who harbor all manner of motives, each baser than the last.
Well...
Come, let the curtains rise on the grand melee. No more than they deserve. In the end, their hand of friendship was tainted with personal desire. You know what comes next. You put an end to the Dragonsong War. Is that turning into Nidhogg then? Or Estinian? Yes, both apparently. There's no saving a comrade this time. All you can do is cut off the serpent's head. There we are. And as simple as that, a 1000-year war is brought to its conclusion. Just like that. Easy. But every end marks a new beginning, and for heroes such as you, there's only ever conflict. It's funny with this solo duty is that it's really long. Even if you're like hurrying, you still take several minutes. How are you enjoying the walk down memory lane? I dare say there will have been a few individuals for whom you harbor deep feelings, whose passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us, an irreplaceable existence that can ill be lost. I will save them, for they are my... Wait for him to continue. Never mind. We are not here to talk. Let us return to the task at hand. Emperor Solus had kindled an insatiable flame. Garlemald was its name, and it raged across the land, consuming all in its path. Following the trail of ash, you set forth for Alamigo and Doma into a storm of blood. Storm of blood! Again, you fought, and again you grew stronger. So strong that we could no longer control you. Yours is an unnatural, beastly strength, and we shall lay it bare. In order to gain a foothold in the liberation effort, you journey to far eastern plains. There you encountered the land's greatest warriors, and sought to win them over to your cause. The strong are drawn to the strong. Thus did you gather new allies to your banner. Yet, where ardent souls gather, so too do fires burn. In this way did you consign those around you to the flames. Burn them all, hero. Reduce them to nothingness, like the ephemeral morning dew they are.
Not again.
Awkward timing on the dot there. They had me for a moment there. You did not hesitate, or perhaps could not. No matter, let us turn our attention to the finale. Here we shall have a test between fellow beasts. It is only fitting, would you not agree? When I fought you in this flesh, 'twas I who triumphed. Will you turn the tables this time? Ow. Ow. Oh, That was a little anticlimactic. I thought I had to fight him. My creation appears to have lost its form. It is no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there's only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let us try something different. Come, we continue this within. Alternate running animation. Alternate walking animation. An impressive show of strength, but surely no more than a foretaste of that which Emmett Silk's conqueror is capable. Such might requires a fairer measure to compare like with like, yes. I shall just have to test you myself. Come on, Caetsu, show me what you can do. Boss fight time. So will you use warrior actions, or will you actually use Asian actions? If you use warrior actions, we're doomed, because you have raw intuition. At least. He does a lot of damage. I'm a little concerned if I can actually keep up with that as a DPS. Oh, that's happening a bit fast. I didn't expect that. Soul Flash. I thought it would push me in a different direction. That was a little weird. Lands of Old. You got a damage boost. Oh, I didn't even notice those. I was lucky, and that didn't just decimate me outright. There we are. I have my answer. It's difficult to read all the stuff he's saying while also fighting him properly. I had to just give up on that one.
You have grown stronger since last we fought. The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Have you finished? My apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see. Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish. It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal. The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Correct on all counts. Such is my nature, and such are my methods. I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them. This served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as MSQ, with his penchant for nation building.
Then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you yourself free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant. No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might. As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, warrior of darkness?
That is an eerie point. And it's interesting that he brings that up, because they've never done that before. Well, not really. Wow, okay, so I can't kill the Warrior of Darkness. I can't kill the player character. That's a too powerful enemy. But every single person that the player character relies upon to know what to do with their power, to know where to go, he could just kill them. There's nothing preventing him from just going and killing them, right? That is a good point. And yeah, it is a good point that Y'shtola literally managed to well, what is it that Elidibus has been going for? He's basically aiming for salvation and then been able to go back and explain how and why he does that. I agree with that, Tracy. It has been an eventful morning, if indeed it is morning. I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I'm gratified to see that my efforts at Anada have borne fruit. We have confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now then, what news from the surface? I see. Then let us make for Yulma at once. We have much to share with our comrades. Elidibus' parting threat, no, not least of all. Ah, but forgive me. It would seem my belongings did not accompany me here. I will need to retrieve them from Anada. With luck, the ethereal stream you traversed still lingers. I won't be long. Indeed, he's suffering from memory loss. And also complete disinterest in the concept of trying to reacquire his memories. And without his memories, you can't reason with him. And he doesn't want his memories, so you can't make him care about reasoning with you. A peculiar crystal. A peculiar crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of lights twinkle like a tiny constellation of stars. Day 4. Bring honor to the seat of... The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind. A moment preserved in the crystal, it would seem. More crystals? You notice something else glinting up ahead. More crystals? Finally! We haven't had any crystals served up in ages! Gimme that. Gimme those crystals. Yoink. Delicious. 3 of them. My lucky day. You find 3 more crystals lying on the floor, though a different color and decoration. Each is identical in shape. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends. Embraced by the earth and caressed by the wind, vibrant life flourishes. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use our wisdom for the good of our people. No greater pride. May all know happiness, now and forevermore. There do not appear to be any more crystals in the hall. Perhaps it would be wise to continue the search outside. You know, all those cutscenes where you pick up something and then there's nothing in your hand, like you do that animation, I'm pretty sure they would look a lot better on like a male Regaden or something like that, because your hands will be so gigantic that you can't even see that there isn't anything in your hand, and many of the small items that you would pick up would feasibly be able to hide in your hands. Just funny to think about. A Hrothgar might work as well. Two more. Your instincts serve you true, and you discover another 2 crystals. As you reach out with your consciousness, new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. The voices tell an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found? I get that, Tracy. I've heard multiple times that some players find it really difficult to keep like a straight face when they see a Lalafell in a cutscene. Like, I get that. I don't mind it that much. But I get it. You soon discover 2 more crystals. Rather, too soon, in fact, as if someone wanted you to find them. Everything crumbles. Everything burns, crumbles, decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and soon there will be only silence. We will deliver our star from its doom. This we swear, so please, dry your tears. Whatever awaits at the end of your search, it is plain you have yet to find it. I know these kinds of quests where it almost like goes, and then the player character thought to do X. Sounds a little like, they might be a little jarring to some players, but the alternative is to either just not give you any direction, or just like have your character not reason anything and just go and grab the crystals. I think it's the better option, if they're going to tell this specific story, right? Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. The time has come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation, and we shall save our star. From this life, our Savior born, may I be worthy of the honor.
I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible, but this is right. It is right. The tale the crystals weave seems to near its end, but it isn't over yet. Alright then. With almost melancholy inevitability, the 12th crystal soon reveals itself to your questioning eye. Though salvation is ours, it came at great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray. To pray that we will one day meet again, beneath the blue sky. Judging by its testimony, it would seem the voice was recorded in the wake of the final days. As you scan the area, another glint catches your eye. Dawn is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by the sickly glow of malformed creatures. Is this to be how it ends, for we who love the star with all our being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Mithridates! Mithridates! How good of you to remember. I see you have been collecting stars. You speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? Hmm? High in the heavens, those stars shine their guiding light down upon the lives below. Fitting symbols for the convocation of 14, would you not agree? As you will have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation, as remembered by the Unsundered. Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for imbuing memories within sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I'm sure Emmett Silk wouldn't mind. So, how fare you of late? You're feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe? I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise amid silk, the promise to remember? It must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus's existence might seem hollow. How empty a single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that is quite enough talk about Elidibus. I would see if you can reunite the wayward stars. Phew. I mentioned before that there was a member of the Convocation who opposed Zodiac's summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors having been deemed unworthy of commemoration, no crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist, at any rate, and wouldn't had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of her office, along with the magic of her own conceiving, a singular incantation embodying her spirit. Among all the offices, the 14th was most unusual, for while the rest sat in Almerod, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of her duty, she travelled the length and breadth of every land and befriended countless folk. She encountered troubles too, of course, matters which she could simply have referred to the Convocation, but that was not her way. Nay, more often than not, she would call upon her comrades, and together resolve matters themselves. Such is the magic sealed within that crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In time of greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now it is where it belongs.
Oh, there is no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act of my own volition or by the will of my recreator. Fair point. And he's gone.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to. Is something troubling you? No? Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
And here we are at the surface. Ah, fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea, had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elidibus. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his course. And nor would I, were I him. Not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emmett Silk sought to find common ground with us, for all our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Silk understood this, and if his gesture resonated with you, perhaps you might consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may all be for naught, you of all people know that there is no such thing as a foregone conclusion. Oh look, money. Right, no more musing. We have taken far too long as it is. Our friends await us in Yulmong, yes? Let us hurry and join them. It appears we are fashionably late. Come, our tale will not wait.
Forgive us our lateness. Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
Just randomly mentioning that she got kidnapped.
A primal? I suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiac, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Master Asians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master Chai, you mentioned that the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrant. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
What a spectacular sky!
Uh-oh.
Another star shower. Wait, is that... Amaranth?
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... Why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
And who might you be?
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads! No, you don't! Ha!
They are not of flesh and blood.
I know this magic. The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Nice.
Should we make a stand here? Or retreat to the Crystarium?
The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long. To stay would only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
Wait! Take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
It's settled then. To the airship!
And then it's dungeon time. Right, so if you have a character in a European data center and you would like to come along for the Hero's Gauntlet and what comes after, then it would be a great time to make your way to the Light data center and to the World Alpha. And let me know if you want to come along so I know to wait for you. In the meantime, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Right. I take it that no one wants to come along. That's alright. Let me just see. I'll just poke Sip about it. He might want to come along. Just wait a moment. And then we will queue. There's a lot of small things in this upcoming dungeon that is very interesting, or at least a few of them. I'll try my best to point them out if I get to see them throughout the dungeon. So here's a fun fact. I mentioned this last week a little, like, briefly. But when I did this patch, this main quest, that was like the first time in all the time I played Final Fantasy XIV where I did the main quest with friends. Like, we went through the quests together, which meant that we got to this part, 2 of us, and then, like, player 3 and I think player 4 was, like, behind, so we just stood here, just hung out and waited for, like, 20 minutes or something like that for them to arrive. But yeah, I do recommend, like, if you like to share the story with friends, the best time to discuss a big story moment is like when you experience it for the first time together. So if you can do the main quest together with a friend or 2 or 3, I do recommend that. But it might be really difficult to do that, because that both requires that you all have time to join together for it at the same time, and then also a lot of players like to get their main quest done early so that they get access to whatever content is locked behind it. Like, for example, if you want to do the newest trial, then, like, if you want to do it on Extreme when it's new, then you don't want to wait a week, for example. Gianano says, I agree, I did the end of Endwalker with friends. We were all crying. Aww. Yeah. I didn't do the leveling story of Endwalker with anyone, basically. On account of the fact that when that came up, I had, like, booked a week of holiday to do it. But that week of holiday, I needed to complete the story and at least make one video for the Friday that followed, which was the level 1 to 50 Arcanist Summoner guide, which I released. While everyone else made max level guides, I made a starter guide for the new Summoner. And I also needed to level some jobs so that I could start working on guides for, you know, level 90. Which meant that I had to get ahead on that aspect before I started working. So that was pretty much like, I didn't rush the story, but let's just say that from the release on Friday, I started Endwalker by logging in, making a video about keybinds because I had 3 jobs to showcase it on, edited that, released that, and then immediately just did the main quest. at some point went to bed, got up, ate some food, played more MSQ until I had to eat, or went to bed. Got up, continued main quest until I was finished. I think I remember that I finished like Sunday morning. Like I reached the final dungeon and trial and went, oh, it's like 7 in the morning. Or something like that. Maybe 4 in the morning, and then I got up kind of early. Oh, DPS. And Sip giving us the free pass directly into the dungeon.
Damn it! Hang on to something!
I think my portrait might be messed up. Oh, it's working. Oh. This is an awkward pull with how spread out all the mages make the ads. It's one of those pulls where you have to choose between like messing around with all of the melee ads to then place them next to the ranged ads, or just leave it as is and try to work with it. It's not an easy pull to do technically as a tank. Like it's not like it's particularly difficult as a pull, but it's more that the technical aspects like positioning become a significant factor when you have many ranged mobs. Which many of the packs in this dungeon have, actually. While we're on the subject, oh boy. Then there's also just extra ads that randomly spawn into the fight. Which doesn't make it any better. Like, of all the dungeons, it's been a while since we've had a dungeon that is complex in this way, I feel like. It's not often you get them. There's also the wonderful thing that the people you met throughout the story come to help you. Like, this was the people from, these are the train people with the trolley, just sending Talos to help us. Trolley! Can I finish my opener before this ninja starts messing around? I think that is a really cool mechanic. It's like, it's a big mix-up where you have to, like, you can see what the mechanic is going to look like, but you don't know for sure where, like, exactly where it's going to be placed. And I remember when this was like the expert roulette, people often got it wrong because of that. Like, it's not a difficult mechanic, but it's confusing to look at, which makes it difficult. Just get the feint in there, help the tank a little bit. I don't need that anyway. And then there's two of them. That is not the correct place to stand with that mechanic. I don't think I ever did this dungeon as Dragoon, now that I think about it. I did it as a lot of jobs, but I don't think I ever did it as Dragoon. Maybe that's why I keep extremely excessively overshooting the mechanic with the backflip. And then we forget we could have just asked Feul to help us. So here we are with that again. Now we're in getting help from our pixie friends. Oh yeah, now we get the frog transformation from a friend. That is such an insanely good like part of this pull, is that you pull a little extra. You could say like it's a wall-to-wall, yes, but you technically pulled like 3 packs instead of 2. But it's fine, because Ankh-Sun is here. Santa says, some people I know ran this dungeon probably hundreds of times. For the Epic of Alexander best in slot pieces. Wait, does the Epic of Alexander scale you to item level 475? Really? If that's the case, that I suppose that makes sense. Or was it something else? Oh, it was that. That is interesting. I think I actually remember hearing this. Mustard Seed and Pierce Blossom, you know, the bosses from the Titania encounter. Sansa says, dungeon pieces with good substats from here were better than savage pieces. That makes sense. I think I've talked about this a little bit on stream before, but if your gear gets downscaled, like if you go into a dungeon and it sinks you, then it like disables your materia slots. So if like the savage gear only has slightly like more stats on it inherently, then it will typically result in you ultimately getting less stats in total than if you could just have, you know, like a few extra materia. If I remember correctly, you don't have to do anything yet. You just have to wait. Stay cool. And now we have to move. Maybe a bit early on that one. Because it wasn't a Necro Burst that I was thinking about. This one, on the other hand, is a lot more problematic because you actually get rooted if the mob reaches you, so you actually need the ranged to like sort of take one for the team and step away. Hopefully I'll survive. Ow! The thing with this mechanic is that it seems so overwhelmingly scary, but it doesn't matter because the fight is pretty much done by the time all those zombies spawn. See, Matthew says it's still best in slot for a couple of slots, I think. Just not by an amount that matters over synced gear. And Santa says ultimate scale 5 items higher than the Savage tier that was relevant when it came out. And the dungeon and 2 patches will be the same item. Yeah, that sounds correct. That's true. And top, for example, is 635, but current Savage gear sticks 630 minus the weapon. Yeah, that's true. And so 6.5 dungeon gear will presumably drop 635 gear. That is an interesting detail in gearing in Final Fantasy XIV, I have to say. Like, we have basically part of the gearing ecosystem is that in 2 patches it will be easier to optimize your gear for an ultimate because of how the exact item level will pan out. And we know it because these things are so consistent in Final Fantasy XIV. And Coco says this healer is so noob. Well, Sip is good. Don't be mean. Sip is very strong. I think I miss... actually, Hildebrand is supposed to actually pop in somewhere here, which does technically make sense if you did the Hildebrand story up to this point. Sort of makes sense. But remember, these people are the ones that you did your role quest lines with. So they also make like a feature in this dungeon. Like everyone you got to meet that could possibly feasibly help you are here helping you. Like that really adds to the whole feeling of you helping a world. Now, these ads aren't particularly threatening and you can't really do much while the paladin is standing there, so this tends to be a spot where it's very convenient to just like let your cooldowns catch up, stack some resources if you have any, things like that. Oh yeah, that's true, Santu. The relic weapon will absolutely be best in slot. When you can start to customize the stats on the weapons, they are, well, there's a good chance that, as you say, the 6.5 relic will be best in slot for all ultimates, because you can just customize the stats to fit perfectly within the barriers that you have. And then we wonder if they'll wait for us. Do we get to watch the cutscene? This boss, I remember, often people would die to misunderstanding the mechanic. Ow. Nice. Good early ethereal manipulation, so everyone knew what was going to go down, instead of greeting and then confusing everyone else. Oh, messed up my combo there. And here's the part where often melee got killed. Like, they would spread for the spread markers, and then they would just run in and get killed because they weren't under a rock. Like, it happened so many times. And this one often also killed people because they both went in too soon, and they also stayed for too long. And this one also often got people hurt very badly because they didn't dodge, because, well, there was no telegraph, so... Oh, whoops. I will not risk it. It's going to be a while before I can feasibly manage to get my burst off. So I suppose what's going to happen is when he's done jumping around, we limit break because he's near death. Even if we could have had limit break too, not in like a fraction of a second, it doesn't matter because he's basically dead. Yes, he's absolutely compensating with that big sword, Coco. Santo mentions that the 6.5, the DPS and mitigation check should be a lot more lenient for the top ultimate, of course. That is a good point. And also mentions that the mitigation checks are so insane in top that it's the only instance where something like Oblation, which for anyone that isn't super in on like specific action names, Oblation is Dark Knight's 10% damage reduction on a minute cooldown that you can hold 2 charges of. I believe it lasts 10 seconds. And you can give it to someone else. Like when Warrior upgraded Raw Intuition to Bloodwetting, Paladin upgraded Sheltron to Holy Sheltron, and Gunbreaker upgraded Heart of Stone to Heart of Corundum, Dark Knight got Oblation. There you go. Instead of getting TBN upgraded. I think that's a little bit of a shame. I wish they upgraded TBN in some way. They could have made it so that in addition to the shield giving you mana when, well, basically giving you free cast when it breaks, it could have healed you when it breaks. Just heal for a bit more than those that just automatically activate and things like that.
I think that's the last of them.
Apparently even they have limits. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant.
Urianger, something occurred to me while we were fighting. These enemies.
Are heroes hailing from other shards, summoned hither to deliver this world from its doom. Scant moments after the star shower did they appear, as yet more souls were inspired to walk the hero's path, no doubt. Thus did hopes for salvation of realms near and far resonate and converge, lending still greater strength unto our adversary.
So that's Elidibus's game. But first things first. If the rings are the same as the Exarchs, then we need to ask him how that's possible.
The Crystarium is close. Let us press on.
They come.
More summons.
So near and yet so far.
In the chaos of conflict, one can always find an opening to exploit.
Did Thancred teach you that?
Whoever taught you that is a wise man indeed, and good with a gunblade. But yes, I dare say we can create an opening wide enough for at least one of us to slip through. That being you, of course, though others are welcome to follow in your wake. Reen and I will keep our guests occupied.
Brave and selfless as ever. Yet the two of you may struggle to fool our foes, etherically sensitive as they are. Had you a comrade who could use destructive magics to wreak havoc upon the ambient ether, on the other hand?
Very well. I too shall assist in the diversionary effort.
I like to imagine that there's just a funny joke, like, written on that card. It's just like, oh yeah.
Oh, not this old dance again. Yes, obviously I'll stay and fight. Alphino, I'm about to do a great many stupid and reckless things. Watch my back, would you?
And there you have it. Take care of yourself, my friend.
Make it a nice big opening, eh? Like a big one!
We'll do our best.
You know how I'm really terrible at aiming my elusive jump.
Finished? Then let's begin.
The cold open limit break 3. Oh, how many red mages wishes they could do that. A short while earlier in the ocular.
Tis done.
Oh, let me see, let me see! Oh, yes! Your memories are preserved safely within. We've done it! We've done it at last!
I have inspected the other vessels. They are all ready to receive of our friends' memories.
Oh, excellent! Excellent! I shall have my familiars bear word to them at once!
Elidibus.
It was not until I observed the battle between Emet-Selch and the Warrior of Darkness that I realized what I must do. I will summon heroes from other worlds unto the first, just as you did. Their presence shall serve to empower me, granting me the strength to crush my enemy.
Though it pains me to disappoint you, I feel compelled to explain that the magic in question requires no small amount of preparation.
Ah, but you assume I require my champions to be summoned in their entirety. I do not. Their souls needn't even be whole. My purpose requires no more than their burning desire to vanquish evil. This I shall sear upon the ether, raising thereby an army of phantom heroes to whom I shall whisper, as I have to so many over the ages. Here lies darkness. It must be destroyed.
And you expect me to cooperate?
I do not require your cooperation. Your death will suffice. The magic I shall have from your corpse. Go, Lucas! We must flee! But what is this?
An item that happens to contain Glahatia's memories. Run, 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 run. The speedy Lalafell.
My friend, how did you... No matter, Elidibus, he took us unawares.
It was all we could do. To raise a war to hinder his steps. And so we fled. But he took it. The vessel with the Exarch's memories. Forgive me. Forgive me.
The vessel bears not only my memories, but my blood. The blood of Allegan royalty, granting him the means to control the tower. With it, he has performed I know not how many summonings, calling forth heroes from across the rift. And, as you can see, the burden upon the tower is beginning to tell.
I'm just glad you're alive. Make sure you stay that way.
If you mean to face him alone, I will not allow it. Not this time. Elidibus has exploited the people's nobility. twisted their purest intentions for terrible ends, and I cannot let it stand. As Exarch, it is my duty to protect them, to defend their hopes and dreams. So I am going to the Crystal Tower, with or without your blessing. Though, I would rather it were with. Thank you.
I joined you, but I would only be a burden. Better that I remain here with my gremlins.
I shall send help. Stay strong, my friend, and take heart. By binding Elidibus within the tower, we have done more than simply delay him. Much like our adversary, I am not wont to show my hand prematurely, but the time has come to bring my strongest card to bear. To the tower!
Before I forget, I just want to mention something that Matthew brought up, that there might be still some pieces from Heroes Gauntlet that is best in slot for that particular ultimate, the Epic of Alexander, but because of how scaling works, the fact that we have access to like item level 630 gear now, which has way more stats on them just like out the box, the stat differential between putting on a 475 piece and putting materia in it versus putting on a 630 piece that just has more stats when it scales down, like inherently, like the difference is very, very small. And there is a good chance that the 630 pieces might actually be just as good when you think about it. Anyway, with your permission, I would make a brief stop at Ascensor Gate, just long enough to send the guard to Begluk's aid, you understand. Were it not for them, we would never have escaped Elidibus, much less with the spirit vessels. Though mine fell into our foes' clutches, Begluk gathered up the rest at great risk to themselves. I must see that they are safe before we press on. Enough good people have given their lives that I might fulfill my duty. I wonder what the explanation is for the fact that he suddenly stopped summoning more heroes. Unless the reasoning is that because we're not really attacking much, he's not entirely sure where we are. While the rest of the Scions are just going crazy. So he's just assuming, well, they're probably all there. Or he planned this. He wanted to fight us alone. I can't remember. That was the last Aether Current we were missing.
Warrior of Darkness, Exarch, forgive us this paltry greeting. We're not notified of your coming.
It wasn't planned. I need you to assemble a rescue party. Our friend Begluk lies wounded in a clearing to the west. Pray go to their aid with all haste.
At once, my lord. May I ask how they came to harm?
There have been reports of enemies in our midst. Spectres who appeared after the star shower. Do they have something to do with it? Yes. The man who attacked Begluk is also responsible for the star shower and the appearance of the specters. I have no time to explain, but know that the individual in question does not seek to do indiscriminate harm. If you do not bar his servant's path, they will not turn on you. You are to leave this field to us, understood? Meanwhile, I ask that you alert the rest of the guard and focus on maintaining calm in the city. Understood. Nina. I shall take charge of matters in the city. Find Begluk now. No time to explain. The graver the matter, the less inclined you are to speak of it, even when it is plain for all to see, like what is happening to you. Lena, this time there truly is no time. I know, my lord. Where matters otherwise, I believe you would even be willing to speak of your past if pressed. Yet I remain afraid to do so. Afraid that I might learn would make a stranger of you. Forgive me, there is no time. Perhaps a few words are in order. Indeed, time must be made. Lena, do you remember the time you got lost in the tower when you were little and I searched for you for hours on end? And the cake I baked for your 10th name day? That hideous lump the good people of the Mean covered up with beautiful candles. And your hapless first encounter with the Sin Eaters as a guard. Afterwards, you threw yourself into your training, pretending nothing was wrong, though I could see the tears in your eyes. All these moments that we shared, all the feelings that accompanied them, they are as real as aught that came before, and nothing will ever change that, will ever change what we mean to one another. If I have made you worry, then I beg your forgiveness. Heavens know you deserve better. Through the darkest of times, you have kept faith with me, standing tall as a proud daughter of the Crystarium, as an example to us all. I count myself blessed to have had you in my life, and I want you to know that. Why do you speak so? As if this were our last meeting. Truly, you have a knack for making people worry. Besides, it is you who are an example to us all. You who have led us through countless trials, and you who will lead us through countless trials to come. So go, my lord, do what you must, but take care. Ugh. The ward holds. Excellent. Elidibus will still be within the tower. Our foe's sole purpose is to destroy you, and to that end he has summoned heroes from other reflections, empowering himself with their hope even as they occupy your comrades. You will not best him as easily as you did in the depths. By any measure, the odds are now stacked firmly in his favor. To wit, spare no preparation, my friend. I shall lift the ward only when you are ready. You ready then? Very well. I shall lift the ward. You know, it wasn't so long ago that I watched you seal the place up. Ah, before I began my slumber, you mean? It seems rather longer to me, but yes, what strange symmetry. This time, I break the seal, and I have no intention of locking myself away again. Nay, together we will enter, and together we will leave, in triumph. So come, my friend, let us be about it.
Not here either. We must keep climbing.
Oh dear.
"'Twas but a matter of time. I cannot keep up with you, nor will it avail us to make a stand here. You must go on without me. Find Elidibus and stop him. Worry not, my friend. Though I am no warrior, I have learned to hold my own over the years. When first we explored this tower, you and your fellow adventurers formed the van, while I was left to follow in your wake. Suffice it to say, I was not best pleased with the arrangement. How I wished that I could join you. And now I have, here where it all began. I was right to trust in you, and the power of your legacy, of your name, to let them guide my every deed.
For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed.
Why me?
Why you? Why not you? Had I chosen another, we would never have made it this far. Or do I mistake your meaning? Elidibus spoke in similar terms, you say? How curious. To answer your question, then, I made my choice for reasons which seemed obvious to me, but may not to any other. There were the expectations I placed upon myself before beginning my slumber, and the expectations of those who roused me. Of course, I had the choice to turn my back on a lot of it, but in the end, it was no choice at all. I cherish the time I spent with you and the others. What I wouldn't give to return to those halcyon days. Chasing ancient secrets, overcoming trial after trial with the aid of like-minded comrades. And what remarkable comrades they were. In such company, I felt as if I were a character in the epic tales that had stirred my heart as a boy, as if my dream had come true. It hadn't, of course, for I was no hero, neither then nor after. Though the world to which I awakened and the first were beset with myriad problems, I rarely knew how best to play my part. There was, however, one thing of which I was certain, that I could not bear to let those dear to me meet a tragic end. I'm afraid our time is up. Go! Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me. I wouldn't dream of playing my trump card save in your presence. Break!
Break used to be a role action that mages had access to that did that, just on a single target. It was spammable too, I believe, but it was a spell, so you didn't use it.
Memories of a possible future. Worthless. All. Worthless as memories of the only past. Fated to fray and fade into oblivion. Leaving naught but a gaping void. The Waking Sands. Yes, that was the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours. The seventh rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn. But I was wrong. And for my misstep did La Habrea and Emetzelk pay the ultimate price, leaving me the last of the Unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I will resurrect Lord Zodiac, and I will bring back those who sacrifice themselves to call him forth. Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. Those who once relied upon you are no more.
What of it? I have my mission. I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone.
Uh-oh.
We spoke, and I swore. What? What did I... This pain, this torment, is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doom. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on. Kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent!
Aye, it's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
You've no fight left to fight.
No. No. It will not end here. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call. The time is come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all. If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection. As the warrior of light incarnate. Come, warrior of darkness. Let us finish this.
Herein I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shivered to the stars in the dark. Though the world be sundered and our souls set adrift, where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. For yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azem.
An invocation of Eld. Though not of Hydaelyn's making. What are you? No. It matters not. You are the enemy, and you will fall. Even should it cost me everything, I will not forsake my duty.
The Seat of Sacrifice now accessible. Now, if you want to join me in the Seat of Sacrifice and you have a character that can join it on the European data centers, you're very welcome to do so. We are on Alpha Light. I'll just wait a moment to see if anyone would like to join. In the meantime, we can enjoy this awesome song. If you've ever heard the story from a couple years ago about Soken, who wrote a song while he was in the hospital and dealing with cancer, supposedly this was the song that he made. Which adds even more power to this song about a last stand between light and dark. I'll just wait for Sip to get in. He would like to join. It's funny, I was very quick to pick up this song in game when I could. And then, when I finally had it, I put it in my house for like a minute. And then it was like, well, actually, I wouldn't want to play it because if any sprout were to enter my house and get spoiled to the song out of context, I wouldn't want that. And so I just took it away again and just didn't use it. I set it back to Neath Dark Waters, which is the piano version that just plays in Amarot. Tracy says, I'll die a lot, so no. That's okay. It's entirely optional, as I say. So if you would rather not, that's alright. It is it's not an easy fight. It also has like an actual, like, if anyone makes a mistake, it's an immediate wipe. Not to mention, there's actually 2 of them back to back. Oh, Sip is tanking. And the queue time is, I'm relatively confident that has nothing to do with which roles we're playing. It's probably the simple fact that this is 4 hours after the daily reset. And most of the players that would do trial roulette every day probably are starting to reach the point where they have, you know, most of the relics they would want, and they probably have their weekly tombstones if they're still collecting those, things like that. So there's not that much incentive to queue for trial. And the remainder of players that would queue for trial are probably leveling jobs. And that leaves a huge amount of players out, because they need to be level 80. Yeah, exactly, Tracy. There's the tank limit break, but actually the active time event that happens just before the tank limit break, if one person fails it, the entire raid wipes. The whole raid. A while back, back in Shadowbringers, I did this trial with a friend that had just unlocked it, and he had some control problems, which meant that he simply couldn't mash hard enough. Which meant that we wiped like 3 times because he couldn't mash hard enough. He literally, like, everyone explained to him, suggested different ways he could click harder, click faster, and finally he managed it, like, barely on the brink. But it's actually brutal. Like, if you as a if you're incapable of mashing hard enough, then you might have a hard time with this fight. It's very brutal. And then there's also the part that while the timing isn't like super strict, you can absolutely use the tank limit break too early and too late, and it's not entirely obvious when the exact time you need to use it is. And if you use it wrong, you wipe. But if I remember correctly, if you get it right and you hit Elidibus after the tank limit break, that counts as a checkpoint. So the fight has the initial opener where there is one avenue to wipe if the healers can't do enough healing. They probably can. And then a little bit into the fight, there's the intermission with the button mashing. Oh, here we are. And then there's the tank limit break. There's actually an avenue for everyone to fail. Thank you, Tracy.
For my people, for our world, I will strike you down.
Oh, we have 2 Dark Knight tanks. Strangely fitting. Oh yeah, there's also a fun fact. If you use DPS limit break on him in the extreme version, he will just use Hallowed Ground and deny you.
This battle shall be our last.
Solemn Confiteor. Oh boy. That's the donut. You can see it because there's donuts around his sword. That's the circle. You can see that because there's not donuts around his sword. And this is the fire mechanic. You're supposed to stop everything like this. And then we continue. Otherwise you take enormous amounts of damage. And this one you have to keep moving. Otherwise that happens. And then we have to remember that.
Darkness must be destroyed.
It's going to be Circle AoE with fire. And yes, moving also counts as doing something. So you have to just completely let go of the keyboard and mouse. Just sit there. It's not an obvious mechanic, because you, in most encounters that employ it, you don't have time to read it. Isn't the intermission around 50% HP? Yeah, I did believe so. Absolute teleport. Here's a fun fact. Supposedly, the further to the left the bar goes, the easier it is to like keep it up. Like it's a little fake how hard he's pushing here, or how hard it's pushing, because it's easier when it's closer to the left. I've been told. I've never given it like a chance to go that far because I don't want to risk wiping a group just for a test. You clutch the crystal of Asm to your breast and wish upon it with all your heart. And so it ends, in unceremonious silence. But then... then the music returned.
You! It cannot be!
And then he just leaves.
To me, warriors of light! I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all! Your demise will be our salvation.
I sure hope that wasn't too soon. I think it was just on time. Oh man, I dropped to 300 HP for a fraction of a second there.
You'll still stand. Begone, spawn of shadow!
Oh yeah, that was ice. We have to remember that. For a while. To win every stack. Nope. Nope, I messed up my rotation. It's time.
This must be destroyed.
Oh, here it comes. That was why I just kept running around to try and remind myself that it was coming up. Nope, we want to be on this side. A massive line AoE combined with those huge circles. Alright, we stand still. Oh. Ah. I wonder what killed them. Were they not at high enough HP? To the limit! Limit break 1. That's Earthshaker, as it has been nicknamed.
Grant me strength.
And then double line AoE stacks. And if you overlap them, you will die. Probably. Possibly. I don't actually know if it does enough damage if you do that. And then there's the Meteors. I didn't get one. Wow. That's an insane amount of damage. And then we have to keep moving. Looks like everyone got it this time. And then he saves fire for later. Wait, what did he summon? What did he cast? Oh, right. That one.
Darkness must be destroyed.
Oh, that was the fire. So Chaos Thrust and then nothing. We'll just redo that. Make sure that we keep the buff.
No, not yet.
That's fine. I had planned to use Limit Break after the fire mechanic. And I didn't want to stand in the bath. Nice.
I cannot fail. I will not.
We had, was it one death? I think we had one death. I was thinking of giving it to the tank because they just went in, they'd used the pool time and everything as far as I know, but that Dragoon was the one that used the limit break. Do they know me? Why did I get 3 commendations? I appreciate it.
Fool! You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender.
Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind. Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white auracite. Your ill-begotten power, obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all!
This... Yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believe. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elidibus. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiark. For them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
I concede I may have overexerted myself. Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you. We have averted the 8th Umbral Calamity, found a way for everyone to return to the source, and, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask.
I promise.
If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me? Thank you. My friend, with you, my mind and memory shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the Scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The Warrior of Darkness, however, retained her ability to traverse the two worlds at will. And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of her link to the First, and of hope.
Hey John, you came at just the right time. That is such a beautiful cutscene.
Am I all right? I should be the one asking you. But yes, I'm fine, thank you. We all are. The people are fine, the city's fine, and the star showers have stopped. It's almost as if we'd gone back to the peaceful days that followed the knight's return. Almost.
I think this is the second or third time I actually sit down to watch the cutscene. So it's been a while.
Caetsu, if you're ready, would you recount to us how the day unfolded? So, you reached out to Elidibus at the last, and his heart was moved. I'm not sure I did the right thing. Perhaps you did, perhaps you did not. None can say. But the important thing is this. Though violence proved unavoidable, you did at least come to understand your foe. And in knowing his hopes and dreams do we best remember him and his legacy. So long as they remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another, and the star may yet be rewarded. You said that an ancient came to your aid, but how is that possible? A gift from Emmett Silk. He knew of Elidibus' plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus' suffering to an end, lest his friend be left to continue the struggle alone. Or so I wildly speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. The best we can do is to remember events as they happened, no more and no less. As the Ronkan so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived. Ah, there you are. There you all are. Said someone off screen. My friend, we were given to understand thou wert injured. Shouldst thou not be abed? Lie down at a time like this? Don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Now, tell me what's happened. Where is the Exarch? He's in this USB stick that he handed me. It's kind of big. I see. Caetsu, will you show me his spirit vessel? Yes, both his soul and memory seem intact. Good. Unlike the others, his ether was not highly charged, and so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar for the imbuing, but I needed to be certain all the same. Oh, what a relief. Then 'tis but a question of restoring his soul unto his flesh. And as thou didst lately tell me, the success of this process resteth on no more than our friend's soul recognizing his flesh as its own. Given his apparent desire to return to the source with Caetsu, one would think his soul would be only too happy to be home, no? Surely it wouldn't balk at the relative newness of its accommodation. So one would hope, but none can speak for the Exarch's heart of hearts, and he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though I have drawn upon all of my not inconsiderable experience to predict the outcome, the fact remains that there is no direct precedent for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essence blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? Any number of things could go awry. Assuming I have succeeded in tempering your expectations, I should probably add that I did ask the Exarch if he still wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risks. A simple enough question, one would think, warranting a single word reply, yet the answer I received was rather longer than that, almost comically so. In fact, regardless, out of respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it, with a certain amount of poetic license. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became ever more numerous, burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast, so deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. But when I look around me, I'm reminded that, no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they're always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see it in Vorthree, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his life's cause in order to protect that which he held most dear. I see it in the people who chose to struggle rather than surrender to despair. And though our struggles may differ greatly, since the very beginning of time, they have all shared that one common thread: hope. We struggle because we have hope, and when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart, regardless of the risks. And I will live with all my being, as befits one who has been granted a second chance. There, I told you it was long, and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think them are the outpourings of a dewy-eyed boy, not the old man the Exarch seems to believe he is. I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I dare say he is blushing in his vessel. Speaking of which, we should make ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence, after all. Needless to say, once we leave, there's no guarantee that we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now's the time to see it. Is to see to it. I must pay a visit to Slitherbow. Let us reconvene here anon. There remain some few matters which require mine attention in Ilmeg. May I leave Thancred in thy care, child? I've been meaning to get some flowers from Infilia. I thought you might help me choose them, and then we could go to Nabatha Rang together, one last time.
A fine suggestion. Lead on.
Well, it's back to Yulmore for me. Amongst other things, I owe the mayor an apology about his airship. I assume you have places of your own to be, Alice. I shall see you later.
Yes, you can relive parts of the story with New Game Plus. That allows you to like jump to a specific part in the story. Like for example, you would be able to jump to the start of patch 5.3 and do that from start to finish if you wanted to, for example. However, if you want to play the whole story from start to finish again, then I would say that the best way to do it would just to make an alt. Like just make another character and do it again instead of like jumping back and forth on your main. Like if you want to experience the whole thing again, then I recommend doing that. Then you're also sure to get it in order. You can also, for example, I don't know, watch the Rewind Replay series. The whole series of these streams are in a playlist on this YouTube channel where you can watch me do it, and I of course do voices as you see I do, through the whole thing from the very beginning. That was something we did, and so you would be relieved of the part where you had to read all that dialogue. On the other hand, the story is very long. As we know from my playtime, we have over 9 days of playing, and this character has only been on doing other stuff like side quests for like 10 hours in total. I can let me just find the playlist. There it is, for anyone that was interested. It should be in order, so it just goes from top to bottom. Covers everything. You've been binge watching my shorts. That's good to know.
As you've probably guessed, I'm going to pay a visit to the inn at Journey's Head, but I want you to come too. I realize you don't need to say any farewells, but the Exarch does, you know, if only in spirit, so I thought you might bring him along, so to speak. I'm sure he'd love the thought of being locked about on his hero's back. So let's be off, shall we? I can't wait to see how Halric's doing.
If you follow Kaetsu's journey, you can do it in bite-sized pieces. Well, you can absolutely, like, that's true. You could just, like, while you're doing something else, you can just have it rolling, and then when something actually interesting happens in the story, you can follow along. Like, even if you want to follow the whole thing, there are definitely some low points where it's not that interesting. And the fact that you don't have to read all of the dialogue to figure out whether it is actually interesting or not might be helpful.
Halric? Halric! Oh gods, don't tell me he's wandered off again. Quickly, Kaetsu, we have to find him.
Oh, Alice, I didn't see you there. If you're looking for Halric, he's gone for a walk with one of the others. They were planning to visit the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's a relief. Shall we adjourn to the graveyard then? There he is. I was afraid he'd wandered off again. Oh, there's no need to worry. Halric's safe and well. He's been showing good progress and likes to go for walks of late. Though his steps usually bring him to this particular spot. Oh, I wasn't aware he had family here. He doesn't. It's Tesleen, her sword, that is. We buried it here in her honor. So he remembers. What brings you back so soon? Out of interest? I didn't think the next round of treatments was due yet. Oh, no, it isn't. Look, I realize this is sudden, but I've come to say goodbye. It's time for me to return home. But rest assured, the treatments will continue. Beck-Luck will come to oversee them in my stead. I see. You did mention that you and your friends were searching for a way home. Needless to say, we'll be sorry to see you go, but I know everyone will be happy for you, truly. Happy and grateful. You've done so much for us, achieved what none of us dared hope was possible. And we'll see to it that your good work continues, and that no more poor souls are buried here before their time. So rest easy and take care. We wish you every happiness. Thank you. I will miss you all. But it isn't time to say our farewells quite yet. So if there are any tasks that need doing, hunting beasts, fetching water, and what have you, just say the word. I mean to make use of every last moment here, after all. The time left to you is precious.
Indeed. Indubitably.
That's right, Halric. That's exactly right. Those words will guide you through, so never forget them. And neither will I. What? I'm not crying. I just have sand in my eye, that's all. As I mentioned, I mean to stay here as long as possible. In the meantime, perhaps you could go and look in on the others? Alphino, for instance. If anyone is crying, it will be him.
Oh yeah?
Oh, Alpha, no!
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes.
The thought of never seeing you again is more than my poor heart can bear!
Oh, it's you. As you can see, Alphino has broken the news. I don't know how to console her. She thinks we'll be lost without him.
Make sure you leave nothing unsaid.
Indeed, my friend. Nothing unsaid. Lady Chai, I have a confession to make. On the day we ousted Lord Vorthree, when I revealed the truth of his tyranny and your complicity in his crimes, I did so with great trepidation. Not out of fear that you wouldn't listen, but that you might never recover. There was a time when I too, in my hubris, believed myself worthy to lord it over others. And when the lie was laid bare, when I was forced to confront the cost, the lives lost, it all but destroyed me. To awaken from a naive dream to so harsh a reality, I would have understood had you all surrendered to despair. But you didn't surrender. Far from it. You picked yourselves up and rose to the challenge. You found a path forward and the strength to walk it, and to keep walking it, day after day. But what struck me is how much faster you found it than I did.
Really? That felt pretty slow to me. But rest assured, we'll make Yulmore into a nation anyone would be proud to call home. Eventually. You can still come and go as you please, I believe. When we have good tidings to report, I may trouble you to be their bearer. There may also be less than good tidings, in which event I hope I can trouble you for your counsel.
I should be honored to provide it, Master Chai.
Oh, Alphino, I know you aren't one to sit still, but do remember to take your ease from time to time. And no matter where you are, remember that there are people here who are praying for your health and happiness. Our brave and gentle artist. You have our love, now and always.
And you mine. Please take care.
Tis a strange feeling, Caetsu, to stand in the company of our friends, knowing that I will never see them again. I struggle to reconcile it in my mind. But this I know, I shall cherish my memories of Norvrand, of every soul I met here, for the rest of my days. And I shall look forward to your tales of their endeavors. Forgive me, I realize now that I never asked you what business brought you here. Can I be of assistance? Alisei said that, did she? Well, as you can see, I'm quite alright now, unlike her by the sound of it. Perhaps you might consider visiting Urianger next. Given his conversance with the idiosyncrasies of the Fey folk, I doubt it will be an issue, but a small part of me worries that they may not relinquish him willingly. As such, it would feel better if you were to look in on our friend, assuming you have the time, of course. Oh, a hunt mark is in the area. We're not going to fight it, but there's technically a hunt mark in the area.
Well, we can probably conclude that we will not also be doing 5.4 on this stream. Not only did it take significantly, it has already taken significantly longer than 5.1 and 5.2, but I know that the remaining patches after 5.3 and 5.3 is a little shorter. So we'll see if we reach 5.4, we'll start on it, so that we're a little further. But we will not finish it, that's for certain. Ah, that I should have the pleasure of welcoming a guest, even as mine own occupation draws to a close. What bringeth thee hither, my friend? So thou wouldst grant the Exarch a final tour of the realm which hath been his home these 100 years. A noble gesture. As for Master Alphinaud's concerns, thou mayest rest assured that all is well here. Far from detaining me, our fair friends have agreed to assist in the transportation of these tomes unto the Cabinet of Curiosity. Naught more remaineth to be done. Regardless, 'tis well that thou didst come, for I have been meaning to show something to thee. An object I chanced to find after thy victory over Elidibus. Though it hath lost its radiance, it's unmistakably a crystal of light, one that did, in all likelihood, once belong to Artbert. Having been interred with his body, it would have remained upon his person after his possession by Elidibus. And when his mortal form was, forgive mine indelicacy, consumed by thy foe to fuel his transformation, I posit that the crystal did tumble free. Save that which doth abide in thee, it is all that remaineth of our friend, and if thou art willing, I would have thee deliver it unto Seto. I can think of no worthy recipient than he, and no more fitting a bearer than thee. As ever, thou wilt find the Amaro in Wollegdorf. My thanks, Caetsu. On to Wollegdorf. Ah, full glad am I to see you safe and well. Rumors spoke of strange, spectral foes bent on your destruction. But with the sky returned to normal, I assume all is well again. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? A crystal of light believed to belong to Artbert. Though it has lost its radiance, you would swear that a faint light still shines at its core, as if to remind you that hope never dies.
Is that Ardbert's crystal? So it is. It has changed, but I would know it anywhere. However, did you come by it? Then, even in death, his enemies found a way to profit from his sacrifice. Oh, it grieves me to think of his body being used for evil ends. But, thanks to you, his honor is restored, and he may finally find peace. No words can express my gratitude. I will keep this crystal safe to the end of my days. Rest easy, my friend. You have earned it.
Tell me, does anything strike you as different about my soul?
Your soul? Hmm. How can this be?
Seto, my old friend. You've grown.
Oh, Artbert, how I've missed you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe, or even console you. Had I only learned to speak sooner, I would have told you how much you meant to me, how much I cared.
I knew. I always knew. But I'm happy to hear it nonetheless. Thank you, Seto. My partner in crime.
I see. His journey continues. Then I will not yet bid him rest. With you, he may look forward to many more adventures. It has been a while since last I flew. Perhaps I too will go on a little adventure? Ride the winds, seek the horizon? Yes, I think perhaps I will.
This is weirdly inconvenient if you don't have flying in this zone. Apparently the powerful mark that we saw is not just a mark, it's a double S rank that they're in the works of spawning. They're particularly inconvenient to get to spawn, I believe. It's something like you have to clear specific fates and things like that, and then some ads will spawn that you have to defeat, and if you do that, then the boss will eventually spawn. But surprising no one, this stuff has been figured for years. It was of course discovered in Shadowbringers. And then we go back to Irianje. I'm surprised. I didn't expect this end part of patch 5.3 to be this many quests, but I suppose it is. It makes sense. Suppose we have Yustola and Thancred and Reen left to check in on after this. Ah, thou art returned. Tell me, how didst thou receive thine offering? Remarkable. 'Twas fated that thou shouldst be the one to undertake this task, I think. As Ardbert liveth on in thee, so too shall he and his comrades live on in the hearts of the people of Norvrand. And their tale, now rightly told, shall inspire new warriors of light for generations to come. Money! Oh. Now, assuming thou intendest to continue thy tour, might I suggest Slitherbow as thy next destination? The task of tidying up one's abode is seldom light work, yet I suspect your stolas is heavier than most. Suffice it to say, a pair of helping hands might not go amiss. And what is this? Have you come to spy on me? No. Does Urianji truly think me so slovenly? The nerve. Loath as I am to disappoint, I put my affairs in order some time ago. I've even bade my farewells. To everyone, save Runar, that is. He's nowhere to be seen. No. Oh no.
Master Matoya. For too long I have remained silent, but no longer. I could not bear it if you were to leave. Please, stay. I beg of you.
Runar, please.
I jest. At least in part. What I came to say is this. Thank you. Without your wisdom, your strength, and your kindness to guide us, our people would still be lost. We will never forget you, Master Matoya. Wherever your journeys may take you, you will always be in our hearts.
And you in mine. Remember that your people's journey, that our people's journey is yet ongoing. Your lives will change, and so too will your dreams. Yet come what may, you need not forsake your time-honored traditions, nor less your beliefs. But neither should you be beholden to them. For it was with curiosity and courage that the Knights Blessed first triumphed over adversity. New knowledge and new wisdom are ever worthy of pursuit.
Indeed they are. And so, until we return to the Sunless Sea, we shall endeavor to live our lives to the fullest.
That is well. But however great your strides, there may yet come a day when the challenges you face cannot be surmounted alone. On such a day...
On such a day?
You may call on me. Since a means to travel between worlds exists, you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. And there remain so many mysteries here that want for solving.
Wink.
Master Matoya!
Runar, really?
They made this animation. They're gonna get full value out of it. Honestly, he's a boy in the body of a man. Anyway, it is time we headed back to the Crystarium, shall we? You still have to take the Exarch to Nabatharang? I see. Very well, you can look in on Thancred while you're about it. His
This will be a difficult farewell, and I'm sure he would appreciate your support. The path goes through Twine. If you wait there, you're like to meet him on his way back, if not before.
You two? What is this? My bloody name day? I see. Yes, Thancred was here, and Reed too. They said they wanted to go to about the Rang, so we gave them the use of the trolley.
That's right, the old girl's up and running again, but we didn't just put her back together, mind you. Not now, no, with a little bit of help from Master Chai.
We made her faster! And stronger!
Oh yes, the future of trolleys is looking brighter than ever. Whisper it, but I reckon it might be time.
Time to reach for the stars with a trolley to dwarf all trolleys!
If you ask me, we'd be better off making them smaller. That way, they can fit in narrow shafts.
But that's genius! Why didn't I think of that? Enough. You can daydream in your own time. In case you've forgotten, our priority is to have more working trolleys. That's why we turned to Chinese. By the way, not to make the one trolley we've got to go faster. We needed help getting a few Talos back in working order, see. We were out testing him when your airship came down. As a matter of fact, you seem to have a habit of crashing things.
We're back. Oh, thanks for the loan of the trolley. Caetsu, what are you doing here? Don't tell me the others are waiting for us. That's a relief. At any rate, we're done. We've done what we came to do, which means I'm ready to leave, or as ready as I'll ever be.
Not to pry, but what's going on? You're off somewhere?
You could say that.
So you're heading home. I'm just a simple miner and don't know much about this world-traversing business. For the young lady here, she'll be looked after, will she?
I'll be fine, thank you. I have a place to stay at the Crystarium and don't want for anything. Besides which, I have no shortage of friends I can turn to, friends like you lot. So please don't worry, I'll be fine, really.
If you say so. It being a matter of life and death, I suppose you have to leave. But I, for one, would still be torn. If the choice were mine, I'm not sure I could bear to be parted from my family.
No, but it's for the best. Reen has chosen to walk her own path, and she doesn't need me under her feet. Besides, I have my own responsibilities, and I wouldn't be setting a very good example if I neglected them.
Perhaps not. Either way, I envy you your dilemma. Well then, young lady, if there's anything you need, anything at all, you're to call on us. It may surprise you, but we can do more than simply offer you trolley rides.
Thank you, Magnus. Everyone?
Tell me then.
If you've nowhere left to visit, we can go back to the Crystarium together.
Which means I'll teleport to the Crystarium and see you there? Probably. That's usually what it means.
Oh, it's you. You're probably wondering why I'm not with the others. It's just, I always knew that everyone would leave one day, and I always hoped and prayed that we would find a way to send them home, but now that the time has come, I just feel lost and lonely. I don't want our last moments together to be sad. I want to hold myself together, just long enough to say the things that I need to say, but I'm not sure I can even do that.
I'll be there with you. Also, it's raining. And thundering.
Right. Thank you, Caetsu. I think we all feel braver with you around. Go on ahead and join the others. I'll be along after I've taken a few deep breaths.
That's everyone then. We've all said what we needed to.
Even as we speak, Becklug undertaketh their final inspection of our spirit vessels. When thine own preparations for the journey are complete, thou art to present thyself in the ocular.
Everyone? I want to thank you all, on behalf of the First. You, and Minfilia, and the Exarch. Without each and every one of you guiding us, fighting for us, we wouldn't be standing here now. There wouldn't even be a here. And no words can express our gratitude. We still have a lot to do. Countless trials to overcome. But if it ever seems too much, I'll think of our time together. The happy moments, and the sad. I will remember it all. And it will give me the strength to carry on without you. Because you made me who I am. Minfilia. Reen. To honor these names and these memories, I will stand with all the people of this land and strive for a better tomorrow.
Thancred, I believe the honor of responding should rightfully be thine. I know better than most how much you've grown, and I have every confidence you'll make your people proud. Gods know I'm proud of you. I always will be. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and more.
Might we also say a few words?
Why, this is just about all of you.
To see you off seemed the least we could do. You risked your all for us, fought for a realm not your own. Before you came, we had never known the beauty of the night sky. Or the joy of your company. Though it saddens us deeply to bid you farewell, it has ever been our way to send off friends with a smile. Wherever your road should lead, we shall pray for your safety. And following your brave example, we shall continue to fight for the Crystarium.
With or without us, you've always taken good care of this city. I don't doubt for a moment you'll continue to do so.
I, a more resilient people we have never known. As resilient and enduring as the tower that watches over you.
To the last, we did not question the Exarch about his past. It is only now, when he can no longer tell us, that we believe we know the answer. We have heard what became of him, and what is about to be attempted. All will be well. Of this we are certain. How could it be otherwise, when every soul in the Crystarium is praying for it with all their heart? And so, when our Lord awakens, I bid you give him a message. Tell him he needn't worry about us. That he need no longer hide who he truly is. That he should live his own life to the fullest. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile, we shall be smiling with him. Will you tell him this?
Word for word.
Thank you. Please look after him for us.
I dare say we have all the good wishes we can carry. Let us be on our way.
Oh boy, we're really running out of inventory space now.
Well, I suppose it's time. Are you ready, Caetsu? Alright, let's not keep the others waiting.
I suppose we will have to confront this situation soon. Fortunately, most of the items are equipment, so we can just convert it into company seals. Ah, Mistress Caetsu, I have but this moment shown your associates in. Strange to think that I will not have the honor of showing them out again. But I am informed that you yourself may yet return, and I look forward to welcoming you on that happy day. Now, if you would care to follow me.
There you are. I take it you're ready for the journey. The spirit vessels are primed and our company complete. At a word from you, we shall begin. Upon beginning the soul-imbuing ritual, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in their entirety. Yes. Very good. I shall distribute the vessels at once. So much cutscene.
All right then. Pray proceed as instructed, beginning with your memories.
first step is complete, and all appeareth to be in order.
Well, that just leaves our souls then. We're in your hands, Angelo.
It is done! The vessels have received of both their memories and their souls. I hereby entrust them to your care. They belong to you now. Just be sure to guard them well, yes?
This will work, won't it?
Our theories have held thus far, but I make no promises about what is to come. Even the greatest mages in history knew better than to transport a soul across the rift. We, my dear, are in unknown territory. Prepare as we might, we cannot account for all possibilities, and it is in such circumstances that accidents are wont to occur. Yet miracles do happen. So let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
All safely stowed away? I do hope so. All that remains then is to step into the mirror. Go now, and safe travels.
did it? Are we?
We're home.
Oh, you're back! You're back! You're all back!
Thank you. My body feels like a sack of potatoes, but otherwise, I have never felt better. That said, I doubt any of us will be fit to travel for some while. May we leave the rest to you?
The vessel beareth our comrade's blood. With it in thy possession, the way will surely open before thee.
What? But you've only just got here.
Tataru, might I trouble you to brew us all a pot of your special tea? Ah, and we may require an extra cup.
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining. With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint. And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this. That no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get there. For in times of hardship, when you fear you cannot go on, the joy you have known, the pain you have felt, the prayers you have whispered and answered, they shall ever be your strength and your comfort. This I hope, I believe, here at memory's end.
Some days later.
What is it, Alize? Are you all right? Do you still feel under the weather?
Physically, I couldn't be better. Thanks to Kryle's ministrations, I'm already looking forward to our next fight. But seriously, don't you have anything to say about that?
Just a funny joke.
No less impressive than our garments. You've outdone yourself, Tataru.
To give credit where it's due, I had help from a certain fiery pixie who visited me in my dreams. They gave me all the information I needed to get the details just right. For your weapons, though, I needed a lot more help. Thankfully, our favorite heads of state were happy to place their finest craftsmen at my exclusive disposal. Oh, and speaking of the Alliance leaders, they all expressed their unreserved elation at your safe return, and promise to come and see you in person as soon as they can.
They really needn't have gone to such trouble. But we'll be keeping these gifts all the same. Do pass on our gratitude.
I realise we haven't taken up new martial arts, nor have I ever been one to set much store by appearances. But I can't help feeling a certain lack of, I don't know, personal development.
I quite understand. But as you observed, the others had the more pressing need. Rest assured, our turn will come.
If I expend any more ether, I swear I will blink out of existence. I need a bite to eat. Tataru, a cup of tea, if you would be so kind. And something sweet.
By Mistress Kryle's exhausted state, may I assume that the ward hath been restored?
Indeed. We succeeded in weaving it anew, albeit at a slightly diminished potency than when I had Becklug's assistance. It is no cause for concern, though. The tower is not easily reached, never mind breached. And even should some few succeed, their presence won't escape my notice.
Excellent. Said duty thus discharged, thou art free to go wheresoever thy fancy taketh thee. Upon which note, hast thou perchance come to a decision? The offer remaineth open.
Well, if you're certain that's what you... I mean, if you think
Ah, really?
Right. I accept. Henceforth, I shall count myself a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Grahatia, at your service.
When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But, like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Help! Somebody help! Hippogriffs! Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
I could do with a little rampage myself.
What? Now wait, just a... Here we go again.
I will join the fray when I finished my tea.
Thus did the Avatar of Destruction descend, and in her wake leave naught but tears and ash.
And then, one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me, in the flesh. So it was that a new adventure began.
The memory of a dying world's end. Night after night. And I thought it but a tired old dream.
I say, I knew that securing the palace would provide your radiance with depressingly little sport, but that you should fall asleep out of boredom. Splendid. Truly splendid. And my own preparations, you will be pleased to hear, proceed apace. Oh, yes. They proceed very well indeed. Frighteningly so. And we owe it not least of all to this singularly useful body I chanced to find. With the Populares now all but destroyed, it will be the simplest of tasks to discredit their groundless assertions that I met with a grisly end. And as the very much alive Lord of House Brutus, I have a vast fortune at my disposal. Ah, money, 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 the great motivator. There is simply no better way to move men and expedite plans than with its alluring glint. Would you not agree? But wait, were we not acquainted, you and I? Should our familiarity cause you distress, I beg your forgiveness.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, a dagger through my heart! That my deepest desire should forever remain unfulfilled, to live unrecognized, to die forgotten. Oh. So it goes. Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel now. And I, faithful Fandaniel, labor only to advance my lord's ambitions. Speaking of which, with the palace in our hands, we may now proceed with the next phase of the plan. But how very odd. Despite all our havoc wreaking, old Elidibus did not deign to appear. Dare I hope that the last of the Unsundered is gone? Imagine it! Bound no more by the shackles of mouldering memories of damnable duty, free at last to live for the moment!
He's like a jester.
Your radiance. But give the word, and I shall go forth and prepare for you your hunting ground.
That which awaited was a fell beast. Ferocious, ravenous, remorseless. Do as you will. It has been too long, my friend, and insufferably dull in your absence. When you return to me, you will share everything. Every blow will be a story unto itself. Every triumph, every kill. Rest assured, we shall have a fitting stage for our reunion. Oh yes, to reprise that transcendent moment, I will set this world ablaze. And we shall dance before the pyre.
That's what you think, at least.
The beast shall kindle the flames of the apocalypse. Into its domain shall the hero set forth, for the final chapter in the tale of this star.
That was like 20 minutes of cutscene. Hey Nilrory, hope you're doing well. Face reveal. Actually, the first stream with camera on was on Tuesday. And if it wasn't Tuesday, and it wasn't today, then it would be on the video premiere tomorrow. So I thought it was probably for the best that there was a chance that you would actually recognize the person on screen when it happened. So you missed that. Well, I keep the full stream on the channel for all the streams. So you can always check back Ginger power. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure I'm blonde. But I do have like a red glare in my beard. It's just that I'm very dark blonde. It's okay, don't worry. It seems orangey. That's probably just a combination of the light. It's okay. Ah, you're back. Yeah, also Tracy says Archon loaf. I have to say, those slices of bread look a lot better than they explain them. I could totally try one. Also punch for Fandaniel. Tell me, Kaetsu, do you think I was excessively familiar earlier in my tone and mannerism? I thought it better to be familiar than formal if we are to be comrades, but now I worry that it may have detracted from the gratitude and respect I harbor for everyone. Perhaps we might consider it a nod to my regrettably less than humble beginnings. Yes, that will do. Being free to live as one pleases is not without its challenges. In a way, it was easier when I had a mission that consumed my every waking moment. It provided me with a focus, a constant push in a singular direction. By the way, was casting spells always so draining? I'd quite forgotten what it was like to do it without the tower. I've rarely felt so exhausted. Or hungry. Yet, if all I did was bend the bow, I would be of limited use to you on your adventures, so I shall persevere. Whoever I might have been before, I am now a scion, and an inexperienced scion at that. A green initiate, eager to learn how best to contribute to the cause. That he might follow in the footsteps of his inspiration. Showgrats here the missile minion. Asai's face is very punchable. Show him the minion. We have surprisingly few minions. There's two we could choose from. Unable to summon minions here. What do I do now? I can't summon it. Doesn't let me. I'm guessing there's a special interaction if he sees it. But I suppose we have to find him somewhere out and about. Maybe you need to speak to Kryl first. He might be outside if we do that. Oh, greetings, Kaetsu. Come to look in on our friends? Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we?
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
I knew that, Tracy. That's alright.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it. Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lise, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? All right, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alize, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
You know, I think there would be some players that actually would like to attend that stuffy meeting, so I'm a bit disappointed you're not given this option. I like stuffy meetings. What meeting? Lead on. Smol Kai wouldn't, of course.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use. We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
Well, as soon as we aren't in like a random location somewhere hidden away, we will say that was that. But this is an awkward place to stop. We still can't show Grazia the minion. We'll continue a little bit more. Also, before I do that, Nilrory says, for expansion, I still don't like her being Lise. And Tracy says, I think you either love or hate her. Well, in the time that I've been doing these Rewind Replay streams, I think we've discovered that there is someone that hates every character in the game. Like, there's at least one person that doesn't like one of the main cast. And similarly, there's also people that love the most hated characters in the game. So there's nothing bad about you not liking Lise. I think she's a little strange as well, but yeah, okay, I didn't mean to say you hated her, but it's just to say there's nothing wrong with not like jiving with a specific character. Some of them just don't work for some of us. And that's okay.
When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabo was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced that the same must be true of the Tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Gabo's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alice, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabo, we have to try, but however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for a recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Begluk would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all that we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Elegants took a more than passing interest in the subject. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read the reports on Asisla, which means we'll be needing an airship. Hehehe, an airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel.
Right, I suppose we'll be able to find them over there. So what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can test this thing that... Oh, Rory said something in game. Of course. Where are you? There you are. You have race changed. You have used the Fantasia. I believe you were a male aura before, weren't you? I could have sworn you were an aura weeks ago. Only for a short while. Oh, okay. Minions! That's a lot of minions. Thank you so much. Oh. And Gilano says everyone loves Hoary Boulder. He is nice. And yeah, I did seem to recall Tracy mentioned they weren't super... I think it wasn't just Tracy that said it on a recent stream, that Y'shtola didn't really work. That they felt like they were... like they didn't change much. They didn't grow much. Right. Thank you, Nilrory. I was going to go and see if we can test that thing Tracy suggested about the Mistel minion. If we can get Graha to be surprised that we have it. And then I need a picture for the thumbnail, and then we are a little bit overtime. We didn't even manage to really start 5.4. That just goes to show how big 5.3 was. Excuse me? Is the rest of the team not even here? Okay, well in that case, I think it'll have to be next stream that we test this. I'm sorry. Otherwise we can keep going until Graha decides to show himself in a place where I can actually use a minion. There we go. And apparently Tataro's just going to stare at us. That's okay. Oh, that's a little strong. It's particularly powerful because it's dark in the first place. So even if I tone down the brightness, it's coming on a little strong. And then we want to find an inn. There isn't one in Modona, as I recall. So... oh, look! We can go to Uldar! How convenient. It's funny, the only reason why Uldar ended up being like the default home of Smol Caetsu is literally because when we were doing the Black Mage quest, we had to return here a bunch of times. So I set it as the home, if I remember correctly. And then we haven't needed to make anything else the home, so it's just stuck. Right. That means that is the end of the stream, which means if there's anything you guys would like to talk about before we completely round up, this is a great time to do so. I just need to find something to take a picture of for the weekly schedule. And thank you all so much for watching, if any of you have to run now. Oh, this one we use Frighten for, of course. Ooh, scary. That'll work. So with that said, as usual, I would like to remind you that if you like to see what happens on this YouTube channel, but you find it a little bit hard to follow along what's happening on the channel, like the weekly schedule and things like that, the easiest place to find all this is on the Discord community server, where there is a channel dedicated to the weekly schedule and one dedicated to whenever there's posted a new video, a new short, planned a new stream, whatever it is. And you can even opt in to get tagged when there's something happening, which both means you get one when the thing is posted. So that means if I'm like making a premiere, you get a tag when I like post the premiere, but you also get like a little reminder shortly before the premiere begins or the stream begins or whatever it is. There's also rooms to talk about all sorts of things, like there's just a general discussion, there's one for talking about game mechanics that's called the classroom, there's one just for sharing glamour, music, memes, there's all sorts of stuff. And as the community grows, eventually there's going to be a genuine chance that the looking for group room will also get some use. So that's very interesting. Anyway, we managed to get through it. That was an incredible amount of cutscenes. Like, with that amount of talking, it's incredible that I didn't have to go and grab extra water. Like, I have this, it's empty. It has been empty for like an hour, but I hardly needed to read anything for you guys, so it wasn't an issue. Because there's just been voice-acted cutscenes. Like, this is going to be even more so the case in Endwalker, I believe, where pretty much everything is voice-acted, it feels like. There's so much voice-acted cutscenes. So, yeah, apparently my job of voice acting is going to be less important there. Well, with that said, tomorrow we're going to have a premiere on April 1st, where we're going to have a baking recipe for coffee biscuits, which I hope you guys will find fun. It was very difficult to record, I'll have you know. I used this webcam, moving it around in my kitchen. And next week, we will have, among other things, a White Mage roulette stream, daily roulette stream. It's still a little bit away since we're only on Friday. But thank you all so much for watching. It's very, very cutscene-y stream. I didn't actually get to talk very much because of it. That's generally the thing with these MSQ streams. Thank you all so much for checking in. And good night, or good morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you all very, very soon. Or maybe talk with you on the Discord. The only thing we have left to say now is good night to Smol Kai. Good night. Good night.